hello, hello. Oh man, I hope things look good, sound good, and oh, Mino! Hey, look at you being first, and hey, look, our chat box is working this time. Isn't that exciting? We also have a little bit more space to just see things, so very exciting today. I mean, I hope we have a good stream. I have 3 recipes, and it might actually take us a while. So, first thing on the list is I'm going to start out with this foCCaCia, and starting out with that one because it's going to need time to rest, and then I'll have to fold it, and then rest, and then fold, and then hopefully my goal is by the time the cookies are done, then we'll be able to put the foCCaCia into its container, put it into the oven, and all should be good from there. Also, because of all the conversations, on Wednesday, and people aren't feeling great, and what should you eat when you're not feeling great, there is this recipe that I came across and then decided to modify, and that is the curry vegetable soup. Yes. Oh, hey, Sweaty. Oh, you see, the name is Doll. So, that is this channel. This channel is Doll or Dollops, however you want to read it. But hi, Sweaty. Yes, we're gonna start out with this foCCaCia. It has been a while. And then we'll move on to cookies, and then we'll move on to soup. Because soup will, and I hope that I can have this go in a, what's the word? Hopefully we're not waiting too long between things. I also have a notebook here because I am trying to be better about weighing out the recipes and actually getting the nutritional information. But if you can see here, we have lots of ingredients, so this will also take up a bunch of time. However, I think that it's good practice when you're like really trying to focus on nutrition and well-being, and that's something we can talk about later. Mino, Sweaty, it's so good to see you. If the music is too loud, let me know. Because I would like something calming to listen to. So, yeah, here we are. Oh, it's good to see you too. I'm so happy. Oh, is music not playing? Okay, let me try raising the music up a bit. Let's see here. This may be a bad idea. You might hear some echoing, but I'm going to listen to my stream for a moment. Okay, cool. I had settings mixed up. Let's see here. Well, we'll see how this goes in the future. Okay, I'll just make sure that that's not too loud then. It's just supposed to be nice, subtle, ambient, and all that good jazz, and literally jazz this time. Because Of course I like jazz. Okay, so let's get this out of the way, and let's make sure the cursor isn't in a dangerous position, like over the close button like it was last stream until I realized it. Okay. So first off is the foCCaCia. And I had a very loose recipe over here. But I'm trying not to make a huge batch. Just enough to last a little bit. And this isn't necessarily going to be a true and accurate recipe because I try not to have too many ingredients in the kitchen. I'm actually working through a lot of the stuff right now. And part of that is just making sure that I don't have like 3 million types of rice and flours and, well, I have a lot of salt. That goes without saying. Yeah, I have a lot of salt, goes without saying. Oh, cat, please don't be a menace right now. But yeah, besides that, I'm trying not to have a lot of duplicates. I try to use what I have, and yeah, I don't have, say, an industrial grade kitchen where I have space for tons of ingredients. And from what I remember, and talking to some business owners in the area, a lot of their kitchens don't have a lot, say like a lot of ingredients stocked. They have ingredients for what they're making. And I think that that can be difficult to balance when it's your own personal kitchen, because sometimes, especially if you're someone like me, you want to make lots of different types of food. But then you could end up with ingredients that you don't use often. So now I'm making an active effort to use up a lot of the ingredients and really like pare down the pantry, because there's no need to have so much food and so many ingredients. So yeah, we're going to start out with, we're going to start out with 200 grams of flour. Oh wait, I also need to activate the yeast. So let's get that going first. Okay, so I've started not liking when recipes do a mix of both weight and normal measurements. So for example, I see in this recipe, it has grams for the flour, but then when it comes to the yeast, it just says like 2 1/4 teaspoon. And I'm just like, why can't we have that in weight too? But it's kind of the specific recipe that I looked up. I tried looking up a recipe of what I'm trying to do, and did not work out right. Didn't work out well. It should be consistent, I know, right? Recipe websites actually are kind of frustrating to me, and I've actually been doing some research. Actually, maybe I should. I'm gonna try to get some yeast out here and get it blooming, should I say? While we talk about this. So I'm gonna want like, I'll say that's 1 teaspoon. I'm gonna try to estimate that this is roughly 1 1/4. So I am trying to have this recipe. What was I saying? Right, so some recipe websites are slightly frustrating to me because, oh crap. Hold on, let me see if I have that model loaded. If not, we might be a bit, or I might refund you. Oh, I think I forgot to load that one, but hi, Giant! It's so good to see you. Okay, I will be back, maybe. Oh, do I have that loaded? I don't have that loaded right now. How do I want to do this? Yes, I am. Let's see here. When I run an ad break later, I will run to my main computer and I will get the small doll model and I'll throw it up on the cloud really quick. Right, I'm gonna try using 400 grams of flour. I don't know what I was saying. I don't know. That's an L. I mean, I know I take L's a lot, but that's not that. foCCaCia does not start with an L. foCCaCia. So we're doing 400 grams of all-purpose flour. Okay. So yeah, recipe websites I think are kind of frustrating, not because of the stories and all the sections and whatnot. That's fine. I do, oh yeah, foCCaCia bread's really good. I mean, I get it. It's part of the whole website game, searchability, all that good jazz. But then there's like usability. And one of the big things for usability for me is if I hit the jump to recipe button, I want to actually jump to the recipe and not like say, oh, there's the recipe for half a second. And then the recipe moves down on the page and I can no longer see it because an ad loaded. Like surely there has to be a way to make it so that that is not intrusive. And I've considered, and I've tried it once in the past where I started making my own website. Did not work out. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have the commitment to do that. I was focusing too much on like getting the stream together, posting more on Twitter. Clearly I don't really care about Twitter much anymore. If any of you follow me there, I'll post like every now and then a quick snapshot. But meh. I don't use it that much. There is a way and it's actually easy, but they don't want to do that because money. Yes. Well, yes, there is. And sometimes I feel like being a little altruistic in a sense. I also quit Twitter. I mean, smart move. Smart move. It's not a fun space. And I'm trying to surround my life with spaces that I like, if that makes sense. Let's see here. For example, I don't know, just like waiting until I felt ready to do streaming. Like that example. Yeah. So yeah, I've considered doing a website that actually has the recipes I make, especially now that I'm writing down my measurements. But I also know that if I build it the way that I would want to use it, it probably wouldn't perform well as a website, or even it probably wouldn't perform, period. And I'm wondering, do I put the time and effort to make something that I want to use? You can use one of the sites and make them for you. Yes. But I have a specific vision. And sometimes I let the want of making that vision come alive. Like, give me analysis paralysis. So yeah. Yeah, they cost a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to. I've already put enough money into my streaming setup, and I'm going to focus on having fun and being consistent with this again. before doing anything else. But if I do expand into the future, y'all will support me, right? No, don't force yourself to do anything you don't want to. So one thing that you might notice is, here's what I think. If you want something like that, that means there are other people who also want something like that. Those people just have to know it exists. Yes, but if you don't play the game where you're making all of those long stories and having all of those ads, then you don't show up on Google. So it's like, how do you make yourself searchable? But playing that game where only those who are not searchable, those are the websites that you actually want, how do you find that? Oh, the cat might do something silly. Oh, no, I think she's fine. Okay, so let's get the flour going. We're going to see what 400 grams looks like. Okay. Well, that's almost 100, so 400 might actually be okay. Do you have enough oil for the bread? I hope. I really hope. Maybe I should look at the, maybe I should look at that recipe that I pulled up. Oh, I should have... Oh, that should be enough. That should be fine. You're 200. Still 200, but like 270. 300. 370. There are cooking communities online, right? Shared in such groups, go around Google's algorithms, and you use classic word of mouth method. Yeah, that's a consideration. It's a lot to think about, and that's also just more time commitment. And I think that I have to add things into my life, one thing at a time. Okay, we're almost at 400 grams. Yeah, 400 on the dot. Nice. The last thing I want is to experience burnout or to get a toxic mindset of having a lofty goal that really won't help me. Because it's only by... Oh, is my yeast dead? That doesn't look great. But I also didn't use warm water. But this should still be good. Wait, but that's the active dry yeast. Did I not have to... I don't think I had to... Oh no, the yeast might be dead. I'm going, because this is the active dry stuff, I'm going to try adding it directly on here. We'll see how that does. It'll be unfortunate if this doesn't work and I have to buy new yeast. But I still need roughly a cup of water. I'm gonna need salt. Oh, speaking of salt, so if you all see on the screen, we have this little roulette type thing, and I would have to look at the settings one more time because I set it up a while ago. But I know that every sub is a count on there. And I forget if it's 100 bits or 500 bits that also makes it go up a count. And then when it reaches 20, it'll spin. And then whatever it lands on, I have to do. And we have like extra sugar or extra salt times 2, extra salt times 3. But I thought that would be a way of curbing all of the salt craze. And then put it up to luck. Luck for you guys, not luck for me for once. Because I would have the terrible luck of, am I going to be unlucky? And a lot of people will decide to try to redeem salt. Okay, so maybe just a bit more yeast. Just a bit more. Here we go. We'll see that. Probably a good move considering past streams. I know, right? Goodness, it used to be crazy. But like I said, I did a test stream on Wednesday, and I made sure to say, like, I'm not trying to do a bunch of pomp and circumstance for this return. I'm just doing it. That's what I did when I first started, and I'm doing that again, because that just felt better. Okay, I think was it because I didn't put sugar in with the yeast? I don't know. Anyhow, we're just gonna put a pinch of sugar in here. Okay. Got sugar. Is this your first stream back? I did a test one on Wednesday for technical difficulties, and oh my goodness, there were a lot of technical difficulties. Yikes, just big yikes. So I guess you could consider that one. But if you don't consider that one, because a lot of stuff was broken, this is the first one back. Okay, so I got flour, yeast, need some salt. Okay, and then we can whisk that together. And then I'll add some water to it, and we'll see how it goes. When am I supposed to put the oil in here? When do I put the oil in? Okay, it looks like I make the base dough, and then I add oil later. So, bread is one of those things where I'm kind of nervous about, or especially when I try to make a type of bread. I think that I'm pretty good at guessing and making kind of a normal-ish sandwich-y loaf bread. I've made that 2-ish times, I think. And I think it turned out fine. So we're going to add the water. I'm just going to mix it in. I don't want to get the stand mixer out. But I still might make a mess anyway. I do still have limited space, even though my kitchen now is quite big. The dedicated streaming space isn't huge, and that's fine. But this is my dedicated time, dedicated space. Have any of you ever made bread from scratch before, just to try it out? One of the things that's surprisingly pleasant for me, at least, is I really like the smell of the yeast water. And I don't know if that's common, but something about it it tickles my fancy. we're just gonna add the rest of this in. Like a loaf of bread, can't say that I've had. Okay, I'm gonna have to either find that one recipe I found, and if I can't find it, I'll have to develop a recipe. But there's this recipe that I used that made bread, and I'm pretty sure I did it in the past. It's a bread recipe where you can make pretty fast. Like you only have to do the dough type stuff for about an hour. And then it goes into the oven and it turns out just fine. Most of the bread things I made pancakes. Pancakes. I have to make pancakes again. I haven't been awake early enough to warrant making breakfast in a while. And the last few times I was awake that early, it was because I was hanging out with my friends and we just decided to go eat out together. And there are some really good breakfast places in the area. Okay, I have this base dough, but it's going to need a lot of kneading because I don't want to use the stand mixer. So is this where I just start kneading it by hand? Question mark? Until it gets all nice and incorporated? I could try that out. Just make breakfast at 8 p.m. The government can't stop you. But I normally have dinner plans. That's where dinner is like my time to shine. And although one of the things about adulthood that is slightly frustrating is the whole, you gotta figure out what you want to make for the rest of your life. And I do feel that sometimes. We end up getting fast food more than I'd like to admit because all of a sudden I can just be incredibly uninspired, didn't do planning, or even worse, the meat wasn't taken out of the freezer. But I could make a dedicated breakfast for dinner. Thing is, breakfast just tends to be a lot of sugar and starch. And I do like something a little more balanced for dinner. Like what vegetables would you incorporate into breakfast that isn't, say, a frittata, where you can put all of that stuff in there, or a quiche? Because that takes commitment to make, in my opinion. Okay, I think I'm going to get gloves on for kneading this bread. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Okay, I'm going to get some gloves on. Okay, where's the thumb? There's the thumb. Make a non-American breakfast. Oh, that's true. That's true. I do forget that a lot of the times. Though really, yeah, no, you make a really good point. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I think the camera died. Hold up. So note to self, the camera that gets the table can die. We're not going to be missing too much. I'm just going to be kneading the dough and we can have a conversation. I'm guessing it won't take terribly long for the phone to charge up to a place where to a place Or I can turn it back on and it won't die. I can make pancakes without sugar. Those don't taste that great, though. At that point, you might as well make a crepe. Hey, Logan. Yes, you do. But, please do not mind the frozen camera right now. It actually turned off because it ran out of battery, so we're going to let that charge for a bit. I have learned... You'll get some pseudo ASMR in the meantime, I guess, but the mic's on my face, so... Yep. You add sweetness with toppings. True. Honestly, when I think of Japanese breakfast, I think of like rice and salmon. And honestly, that sounds great. Oh boy, this is... Oh boy, this is very hydrated. I think I'm going to need quite a bit. Well, you know, actually, let's try kneading this. Actually, no, it's going to get everywhere. This needs more flour. Maybe it's good that you guys can't see this right now. It's a bit of a mess. Oh gosh, how am I going to do this? Why was I not alerted that you're live, though? Did you turn it off? No, it should be on. I have a go live notification. It says soup for you, even though we are nowhere near soup. Oh, why did I close the flour container? That was bad on me. Let's see if I can do some maneuvers to open it without getting it dirty. Got it. Okay, now this is a bit more manageable. I can already tell that the camera is a bit more charged, so we might be back up soon. I also didn't get a notification either. I just saw you on the sidebar and confused who you were. Huh. I mean, most people would be confused. Like I said, no pomp and circumstance, no explanation, just stream. Pleasant surprise. Aw, well, thank you for clicking. Yeah, I know that there are some, like, other people out there who have kind of done a rebranding of sorts. And don't alert people and all that. I should probably add something in my About panel. But yeah, that doesn't change the whole people don't get a notification or don't see something and then are just, like, kind of generally confused. But since we got people here, if we could just, you know, it should be for obvious reasons, but I don't want to be associated with the old name anymore. So if you could just call me Doll, that'd be great. Why am I not subbed anymore? What happened? Oh, so I did turn off all subs before. When I quit and I thought that I was quitting for good, I did leave the affiliate program and that canceled all of the subs. Because I know, because I was one of them, I had auto sub on for quite a few people. And I was like, no. I am not taking people's money when I'm not providing content. So I left the program, but then Twitch helped me get back on it when I told them, hey, I did this, but, you know, I actually do want to return after all. They were very kind. No buts, Logan. You can resub and help get the counter to 20 to add salt or sugar. But I wasn't going to take money while I was gone. Want to continue to support my friend? Well, you can always start back up. Okay. Man, this looks weird. We're Again, it's a few more minutes. I'm getting the camera back up. But I don't want to have to go through this again every hour, so that's why we are really letting it charge before bringing it back. Like I said, I can't say like I said, not a lot of you were here on Wednesday, but I'm not doing this for money. Trying to have that as a goal leaves a bad taste in my mouth. You can hear the slap I don't know how well you can hear the slap. I think maybe everything is incorporated enough. There is a lot of hydration. It is very stringy. I don't know, maybe I should keep going at it. Yay, resubbed. Notification hasn't gone through yet. That's weird. Twitch hasn't notified me yet. But thank you, Logan. And thank you for being a really good friend throughout the break. I don't have much mental capacity to hang out a lot of times. It's just something that I struggle with now. So when I am able to respond, thank you so much for being a good friend. When making foCCaCia, use more oil than you think. I saw this one video where the guy used an oil water mixture just to cover the bread with oil. Interesting. Cat, that's not a toy. My gloves are all stringy because of how much they're being stretched because of the stickiness of the dough. Yeah. Okay, I'm just trying to pick up what I can on the table before putting it in the bowl, and I think that when I put it in the bowl, that's when I use oil and I mix it around. Oh gosh, I would hate to do this with my hands right now. My life is a mess too, so when we can hang out, I enjoy it, but when we can't, I understand. Aw, thank you, you're so sweet. Okay, now things are a sticky but cohesive ball. Let me try to get this off of my fingers. My hands look like alien hands. That's kind of the best description I can provide right now. As I'm just trying to scrape all of the dough off of my hands, back into this dough ball. Okay. Come on, dough. I know you can do it. I would like to think of it as aggressive thumping. Like a rabbit. Thump, 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 thump. Like when a rabbit tries to, what I like to think as disemboweling. I mean, that's what I think cats do when they take something in your cute little paws and then they just attack it with their feet. They're supposed to be disemboweling at that point, right? Okay. Gloves are going to come off, and I'm going to check the status of the Rescue Rabbit. I know, right? I'm going to check the camera and see where we're at charging wise. Imagining being stable couldn't be me. I know, right? Talk about life goals. Okay, so just going to pour some oil in a bowl and check the camera. Okay, drastic times call for drastic measures. I am going to put the camera on a fast charger, so I will be right back. We're just going to go to my starting soon screen, and I'll run an ad break while I'm at it. And I also might try to find the small model, so I will be right back. Oh, I feel like do I remember bunnies? Do I remember a bunny? I don't know. But yes, I will be right back. Hello, and I am the Backsies. So, we're gonna see how far we can make it this time around, and that should be fine. Let's see here. Okay. Thank you so much, Sweaty. Oh, I'm glad to see that you guys had some good conversations while things were getting fixed. Yeah! Simon made this. I mean, it's so amazing. Yeah. Oh, Blind, it's so good to see you. Yes, I am here. I am here. Yay. Oh, wait, does a sub count for 5 towards the... Oh, no. Why is it technical difficulty club today? What? What's going on? I know. There we go. Nah, it's fine. I forgot some things and streamer mode wasn't on, and I'm really going to have to evaluate like why are things not charging? Is it a cable thing? I don't know. Anywho, looks like we're having a little bit of lag here, but that's okay. So you'll see here, I cleaned up the area. It was pretty messy with all the stickiness of the dough and such. You made cookies 2 days ago? Yum. Love to hear it. So we got this here bread. There is much oil to be had. It is looking nice and smooth, so I think that's good. We are covering this. We are letting it set for a while, or let it sit. Hopefully it rises. Hopefully my yeast wasn't dead, but we'll figure it out. And the olive oil that I used for it is a sun-dried tomato and roasted garlic olive oil, so it should taste really good, and I hope that it does incorporate well. Let's see here, fancy setup. Thank you. I've been working really hard on just like making something that's nice yet easy for me to use, and I'm still working out some technical difficulties, so if things have to end early, and then I'll just be cooking alone, all by my lonesome. Oh no, that actually won't be the case. I'll have my cat and Chip to keep me company. What kind of bread or dough? I guess, so we're gonna try to make foCCaCia. Except like a different type of foCCaCia. I've seen a lot of recipes that make it a full day, if not multi-day endeavor. And I'm just going to try to do the best with what I can on stream. So, yeah. Let's see here. I'll have to make a half batch with brown butter tomorrow. Ooh, fancy. Is there a special occasion for the cookies, or you just want to make it with brown sugar? Because that's great. I'm going to put this over to the side so that we can start prepping the other ingredients. Focaccia's your specialty? Oh my goodness, I really hope that I am not doing anything offensive with what I'm doing today then. You can make it take not for 88 hours. Okay, but what if I make it take like 3 hours? Because that's the goal, is I want to at least get it in the oven by the time the stream is over. Then again, with how fast everything is dying, because apparently my tracking and my camera are dying even though they're plugged in, I'm going to have to check the ports on this computer and like do all the wattage and such. Making them for college club meeting. Oh, haha. Oh, the classic bribe with food. Join the dark side. We have cookies. I applaud. I applaud. That is a wonderful strategy, and I approve. So we're putting the foCCaCia over, and we're going to start just prepping the ingredients. Normally put almond extract or pecans in my chocolate chip cookies, but I don't want to risk it with a major food allergen. Oh, completely understandable. The amount of things I've had to learn a lot in the past year, just how many things have tree nuts in them. Because we can't have tree nuts in the house. I mean, we can have tree nuts in the house. It's not going to stop them from eating. But still, I'm trying not to get into that situation. But yeah. It's more like join the gay side. Oh, that's wonderful. Key with foCCaCia is moisture and high heat. Oh, so I'm going to have to make the oven hot. Okay. Good to know. Minimum 500 for baking? I should be able to... Wait. I might have to look up how high of temperatures silicone can tolerate, because the dish that I want to make this in is silicone. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, so let's get started with prepping the ingredients themselves. For the soup. I should clarify, for the soup. So this curry vegetable soup is something I made because my biggest goal, you know, everyone has their New Year's resolution, and my New Year's resolution for 24 is to eat more veggies. Hey, Zero! Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Thank you for showing up, even though, of course, it would not be a stream without technical difficulties. It should be an easy out in a Pyrex or a metal pan. Very generously grease the pan and bowl with olive oil. Oh, I am very generous with the olive oil. That is absolutely true. Let's hear it. And we are going to sprinkle. So this basil is going to be for the foCCaCia. So we can set that aside. But I got some onions here. And these are going to be for the soup. A lot of stuff that I'm doing is I have a lot of leftover ingredients from the week. So we're using what we have, and we're going to chop these up, and it's all going to go in the soup. Also, docking, honestly. Oh, is docking when you do the this thing? Is that the this thing? I'm really excited to do that thing if that's what you're talking about. Oh, this is bugging me how things aren't perpendicular. Resetting up the camera really messed things up. Okay, where are my mise en place containers? There they are. I'm so happy to have a really well working dishwasher now. It's so nice. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to do the best we can here. Just cutting up the leftovers, dicing the onions. And one nice thing is for once, unlike with Wednesday, unlike with making chicken, I'm not worrying too much. Actually, I'm not worrying at all about cross-contamination day because we're not working with chicken. Now, of course, one of the things that I like about vegetarian recipes is you can always add meat to them. Now, I'm not vegetarian. I do like eating many things. But sometimes I just don't want to have to worry about meat. Now, the meat thermometer is probably one of the best things that has ever been added to the kitchen because, well, it's just saved my cojones more than a few times at this point. Literal game changer. Love it dearly. But sometimes I just don't want that in my head, you know? I just want to be like, I just want to make something and trust that other than, say, like flavors, it's pretty safe to eat. The eyes. Which is, it's really interesting sometimes for me with the whole eyes and onion thing. I don't think I want to use all this onion. Maybe I'll use this much onion. Yeah. We'll use like half the onion in here. Well, maybe I could put some of this onion, chop it up, and... No, I'm not going to mess with the foCCaCia too much. I'm going to keep it pretty basic. What was I saying? Right, so with onions and tearing up with the eyes, of course I watch Food Theory. Why would I not watch Food Theory? But MatPat made a good point about the whole, probably a good part of the reason why he doesn't cry is because he doesn't feel the pain in his eyes. And I'm already not... My eyes aren't necessarily sensitive because do you cry when eyelashes get in your eye? For me, it's I'm blinking and then I'll just feel something off and I'm like, I wonder if that's a thing in my eye. And so I'll go to the bathroom and then I'll like open up my eyelid, look around, and then normally I'll find it because I know what it feels like. And then I'll be like, oh, hey, look, an eyelash. And then I'll just wash my hands and use my finger to pick it off my eye. And I'm like, that doesn't hurt at all. And contacts don't hurt at all. So then why do onions hurt so flippin' much? Onions are worth the tears? True. Much truth. I mean, onions are absolutely amazing. One of my favorite memes, and if I find it, I'll have to post it again, or maybe I'll just remake it. That way I don't have to try to find it and go through all the pixel loss, is someone coming in and being like, whatever you're cooking smells great. And it's literally just that first step of onion, garlic, and sometimes spices. And oh my gosh, my eyes are watering so much. Oh yeah. Never gets any better. Although one time I did do the bread trick, and that worked quite well. Oh, we were talking about recipe sites earlier. And another thing that I don't like is I understand why a lot of places give you an estimate on how long it'll take to make something. Like, for example, oh, this will take 65 minutes, 20 minutes for prep, 30 minutes in the oven or what have you. But I feel prep time is very relative to like your knife skills and how distracted you're going to be. Saying like if you're trying to watch a video or trying to get some other task done while sorry, my eyes. You're trying to get something else done while cooking. And one thing that I really don't like are these less than 10-minute, like, do blank and blank in 10 minutes. But then, say, all of this would already be chopped. Yes, hunting for all the ingredients is so true, too. Oh my gosh, that's such a mood. It's like you see this, and, I don't know, go to one of Gordon Ramsay's, like, in 10-minute videos or something like that. All the ingredients are already prepped. You know what I have to do if I have to make something like, I don't know, scallops? I have to take them out of the store packaging. Then I have to dig out a plate from my cupboard. Then I got to put a paper towel on there. And then I need to start drying off my scallops. And you know what that takes? That already takes a few minutes. The pan's not even hot yet. So, I mean, I get it. It's marketing, it's clickbait. It works, but boy, does it bug me. And that's why I've had conversations with people before of, I don't know why it takes you so long to cook, or why are your cooking streams so long? Because, well, I would average, 3-4 hours-ish sometimes? And that's because I'm doing all the cutting and prepping on screen. And one thing that you guys don't see is like half an hour before I even pressed go live is I gathered all the ingredients from the fridge and the cupboard. And I have things really laid out in my kitchen, but that does make it so that there's some back and forth that happens sometime. Like, for example, in the, what cardinal direction is that? I don't know, I'm just going to say east. No, west. Yeah, west. In the west corner of the kitchen is where I keep all the baking stuff. But then the east is where a lot of my other pantry stuff is, like my broth. They didn't include the part where I call my mom on the phone to ask a few questions and then get trapped in a 2-hour convo. Oh my goodness. You see, that is a hilarious situation. And I say that for me personally, because that would never happen with me, because I grew up on a lot of processed, prepackaged food. It was not good for me at all whatsoever. So I'm not going to be calling my mom for recipes. I remember there was, where was it? The situation is that there was this guy and his siblings, and they were trying to make their mom's recipe. And no matter what they did, there were some who stuck to the recipe to a T. There were some who adjusted the ingredients to try to figure out why it wasn't tasting right. And then one of the siblings just decided to go, you know what? I am going to go over to mom's house and I'm going to figure out how to make it. And so they're going through the motions and they're going through the recipe. And then at one point the mom goes, and then you put and then at this point is where you put the cumin in. And the guy goes, cumin? Since when is there cumin? And she's like, there's always been cumin. And he's like, there's no cumin in the recipe. So, missing ingredient was cumin. Oh, and then don't get me started on like washing your vegetables. So for these carrots, I'm just going to put them in my hands really quick and run them under the water. But yeah, like washing your ingredients takes time too. Who taught you to cook? Me! So there's one person who I got some outside cooking help from, and that is my my aunt that my uncle, so the aunt that was married into the family. So my uncle, aka my mom's brother, married her, and her mom would take me grocery shopping. And it was during that grocery shopping that she taught me how to pick out produce. But I didn't learn how to cook from her. Well, you had an awesome teacher? Thank you. So yeah, actual cooking, like serious cooking, started in high school because I had to strike a deal with my mom that I didn't grow up with an allowance. So we agreed that she would give me $40 a week so that I could go to the grocery store and start buying ingredients to start making stuff with, under the caveat that she gets to eat that stuff too. So I made a lot of soups. That's how I was able to stretch my money the furthest. Even buying the ingredients for this, super cheap. Now, this also means that I don't know a lot of cooking techniques. But you know what? I'm a home cook and I do what I can. I cook for me and my family and my friends. So the way, one technique that I've learned is if you see how I'm peeling these carrots, that's something that I learned during my first job. So, interestingly enough, my first job was a sushi chef. But it was sushi chef on campus, but still, I learned a lot of techniques there. But this is how, when we had to peel a lot of stuff, that's how he taught me how to peel. Because I used to, how did I used to peel before? I think I did like this, like I did stuff to the side. That was very useful. Practice is the most important part of cooking, I feel. I mean, it really is, because you have to get a sense. I don't need to do that. Not for these. You get a sense for the ingredients, and I think that's really important in cooking. is knowing the essence of your ingredients. Like knowing that you don't need to know that celery, carrot, and I think onion, and correct me if I'm wrong, because like I said, I am not trained in any way, shape, or form. You don't have to know that initial ingredient combo is called a sofrita. You don't. But knowing that it tastes good and starting out a soup with that as your base, that's important. Now, things like knife techniques will make things faster for you. And that'll help you save time. But also, if you're home, you can afford to take things a little bit more at your own pace. Like, I'm never going to be Shokugeki no Soma amounts of knife skills fast, and I don't strive to be. That would be very stressful. What I do strive to be is someone who can make delicious meals, and specifically this meal. This is going to be our lunches for the week. Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to be measuring. Crap. I just looked over and I saw the scale. I'm like, crap. Okay. I will measure stuff when I'm done with this. It'll be approximations. And yeah. Yeah, we're striving to have delicious, nutritious meals throughout the week, so that way we're not spending money eating out all the time. Because I think the ingredients, at least the most recent grocery bill, was less than $20. But I recognized that I already had a lot of things on hand. Like, I didn't have to buy new spices. I didn't have to buy lemon juice, or the celery or carrots, because I already had those from a previous thing that I made. Yeah, but it's still, in the grand scheme of things, cheaper than getting a singular meal eating out. Okay, so really quick. I'm going to take some approximations here. So this is a mix of red onion and white onion. So what I'm going to do is turn on the scale. I have one of my empty containers on here. Now I put the container with the onions on it. I'm going to say that is roughly 165 grams of onion, and we'll do white onion. I think that's the majority of what's in there. It's not going to be exact, but that's what I can do. And then for this one, okay, so that's 309 grams of celery and carrots. I'm actually going to say this is about half and half. So if we do 309 grams of celery and carrot. And then I'll try to do the ratio of ingredients later. Now there are some negligible ingredients. Say for example, when I chop the ginger and the garlic, that is not going to get counted. Because this is mostly for the calorie information, and garlic calories don't count. With the price of food going up, even buying the base ingredients is ridiculous, let alone eating out these days. Eating out these days is so expensive, and the worst part, and my heart goes out to everyone in the service industry. If you're working in the service industry, or have worked in the service industry before, thank you so much for your service. I absolutely hate the pricing and tipping and hidden fee system. I just know that it's just going to be expensive when I go out to eat. I can't gauge how much I'm going to spend even once I sit down, because I got to look at the menu and I already have to add 20%. It used to be like, I remember it used to be like 10% for bad service, 15% for like decent service, and then like 18 for phenomenal service. Now it's 18, 20, and 22. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, things are more expensive and I have to tip more. Why can't all of this just be accounted in the menu price? It pisses me off so much. Yo, Rat Lord, welcome back. Yes. Cookies are coming later, though. Right now we are making soup. Yeah, it feels kind of scummy the way it's set up. Yes, and then not even, or even on top of tipping, some restaurants have like an extra fee at the end. Have an extra fee that you don't see until you see the receipt, and it's called different. Like fair wage fee or something like that. When you're already tipping. And I'm just like, ah! Yeah, you can't guarantee the quality. Yes. And, it is, I can count on one hand the number of times that I haven't tipped someone, but that's because they were absolutely mean, just downright mean. And there's a difference between bad day and mean. I can definitely tell the difference between that. Okay, let's see here. So next thing, let's cut the green onions, garlic, or ginger and garlic. Okay, so I'll give the green onions a rinsey rinse here. I'll go wash the green onions really quick. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Wah! I'm not actually gonna swear, so I'm just gonna go, wah! We're just going to cut off some of these tips. Look for other tips that aren't so great. Oh, Blind, do you not know soup? Soup is a classic. Okay, here we go. Now I can start cutting this off. Oh my goodness. Okay. Sweaty, are you in a position where you could possibly... I should have links enabled, so... Do you think you could do me a favor? If you can. If you can't, that's fine. I'll do it myself in a bit when I'm not cutting stuff. If you would find the meme and link it. It's so good. Yeah, thank you. Huh? Wait a second. Sugar. Sugar. Oh gosh. I mean, I'm not doing something sweet right now. But I could possibly add sugar. Wait a second. Anonymous. Anonymous. Who dares to do this anonymously? There's only soup. Okay, I'll add a little bit of sugar. Okay, I'm gonna add sugar to... Actually, no, I'm gonna put this sugar off to the side. We'll have a little container. I gotta figure out how to disable doing one of those for every single gift sub. There's no way that that's efficient. But yes, whoever did that, thank you so much. Okay, so I got extra sugar. These will go in the cookies. But hey, that's what happens when we when the roulette goes off. I think I might want to play with the colors of that a bit more. It sticks out a little too much. Okay. Back to chopping ingredients. Whoop. I'll just clear up some space here. Honestly, the setup right now is roughly as chaotic as it gets on a normal day, just over on the normal counter and not in front of a camera. Okay, note to self. Find the setting that makes something play every time there's a gift sub, because that's ridiculous. Oh my goodness, look! It's LH! Hey! If this is who I remember it is, welcome back. I'm glad you're doing well. Yummy cooking stream. Why do I have food poisoning right now? The irony! Oh my goodness, hi! Yes! Yes, it is I, and I am a doll. But thank you for the bits. We are making soup, but for food poisoning, I hope that you have, that you are consuming, one, enough water, and two, maybe like some starch or some unsalted crackers to help get over that. That's personally what helps me. But yeah. I think I've seen that soup meme a long time ago. Lol, good old Kogias. 自分を世界さえも晴れてしまえ空瞬間のダララララそばに Now when people say you're such a doll, I can be like, I know, literally am one. Well, yeah. And now when I say like, I can also say like, welcome to the dollhouse because you're in my home. Let's hear. Da 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 da. Wow. Gosh, I do not remember enough of that song. Da 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 da. Da 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 yeah na yeah hee da 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 da. Anyway, I think enough time has passed for chibi mode, so let us return, and hopefully I put this in the right spot. There There we go. Oh, I think I need to recalibrate. Oh, well, it's fine. There we go. Oh no, I'm looking up too much. Okay, let me fix this, and I'm gonna try to not almost dox myself again. I think that's better? Maybe. Okay, yes, lettuce. Even though we're not using any lettuce today. See, I found out dragon fruit, which is such a beautiful fruit. Why does a fruit that looks like out of a fairy tale taste so bland? Okay, yes. The taste of it is very subtle, and I'm not entirely sure why. Hello! Hoi hoi! Hope you are doing well. Thank you for stopping by and thanking whoever the anonymous gifter is. I still need to thank anonymous gifter again for helping me find out even more technical difficulties, but that's what all of this beginning stuff is for, right? Starting up again, gotta figure out everything that's going on. Oh my goodness, this really bugs me. Let's see here, we're gonna take off all the nubbies here. Oh, I cut that one a little too much. You are doing well? Yay! I'm so glad to hear it. It's so pink, and you cut it open and it kind of looks like cookies and cream ice cream, and then tastes so faint. Yes! Preach! Preach! And then, like, people think that it's so magical or something. I mean, there are other dragon fruit. There's the pink dragon fruit, which people associate with Starbucks's pink drink, and also the goodness, we're never bringing pink sauce onto the show. Can I just say that we're not going to experiment with pink sauce? That's just not happening. Oh, is fiber what dragon fruit specializes in? There are so many things that have fiber, though. Oh my goodness! Hi, Coco Goat. How are you doing? Okay, I'm going to recalibrate more because I can't keep looking up. Okay, I think maybe that's better. Well, Pink Sauce did get in a lawsuit. Fun fact, she's come back with blue sauce. I literally saw pink sauce at Walmart, and I had to leave the aisle because I'm like, I don't feel good in the presence of this. I am feeling some evil resonating from this. It is not bueno. It's been so long. Yes, it has, but thank you for coming back. I imagine that you figured out, like, you figured as much as everyone else of, oh, who's this? And then you click by and you're like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, yes, my gosh. There you go. I want to get my ponytail back where it belongs. I really want to eat the yellow dragon fruit, only ever have the white one. Yeah, I want to try that too. No luck so far. Oh man, ginger is... I'm wondering if I should make this more into a paste instead of cutting it up really finely like this. because it does come out pretty strong in the soup, but ginger is just so good for you that I'm like, do I turn it into a paste? Do I keep it as is? I think I'll keep it as is. We doing more knife practice technically, I guess. And if there's some within the soup, oh well, we can deal with it. There we go. Let's see here. I will throw this in with this. So part of this is like the order I want to put things in. Oh yeah, the inside is white. That's what he means by it. Pink sauce. Yes, the insides, the guts of the fruit are white. I think we will call it the guts. Because innards sound weird, I think. Red dragon fruit looks pink, but it's actually red. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one, and I don't think I can acquire that around here. I think best I could do is I think I can find the yellow one at the specialty grocery store, but I haven't made a trip there in a while. Mostly because, like I said, I'm trying not to have so many duplicates of things. And so I'm really trying to wait until I have a good reason to go down there. Like a really, really good reason. And one just hasn't popped up yet. Because I will end up spending way too much money when I go to this specific store. It is an inevitability. These look like fruits I'd find in some 3D platformer game. Yeah, but I've heard it called flesh too. But the thing where I struggle there is when I think of humans and flesh, and that's a weird sentence to say. Don't take this out of context. Don't you think of flesh as like more like the skin? Or is that just me? Because if it's just me, that's fine. I know I have a weird view of the world sometimes. Okay, there's no way that blue dragon fruit is natural, though. No way. Yeah, okay, yeah, flesh, human skin. Yeah, samesies. Okay, not the only one. Phew, a little bit of comfort in the world. Small comforts. Flesh is like meat and stuff? I don't know. I consider that meat. I consider meat as meat or muscle. You can see how much everything is shaking from the water. Lots of ginger, because I don't want any leftovers this time. I want to do something fun next week. Actually, no, I already know what next week's meal prep is going to be. It involves potatoes, though. Are y'all excited for that? What are some other fruits you were excited to eat, but you were entirely let down by its actual taste? Starfruit. Yes, potatoes! We're going to cook some potatoes next week. And it's going to be lunches. And the thing is, next week's, I think, is going to be so simple. So we're going to have to buffer out the time with something else. But, it's really simple. And I think that a lot of you should make it too. And one of these days, and only a few people, or actually maybe more people, but I have a superficial goal in mind, that if reached, we do 100 potato recipes, not in one stream, but that becomes like the new series. I actually want to try starfruit in a drink. I heard it's great in lemonade. Now I think starfruit is also very mild, but that could also just be the type of starfruit I'm getting. Because of how far it has to travel to get to me, maybe the flavor has diminished. 100, yes, 100 different potato recipes. Maybe someday. There's no guarantee. No guarantee in the slightest. But like I said, there is a goal in my mind that if it is reached, we do potatoes. Okay, I got a lot of the garlic skin off. Oh. I'm trying not to have a bunch of garlic skin on my cutting board because I know I'm not going to use it. Rambutan for me, it's so tasteless. I get more flavor out of rambutan than I do starfruit, personally. And cannot do bitter melon. I consider bitter melon more of a vegetable than a fruit. I have heard that there are good ways to make bitter melon, and I think that's something I would like to explore someday. It's probably going to be either some kind of stir fry, maybe like some kind of soup, or maybe there's something that you can marinate it in. There has to be ways. I've heard of a mythical way of... Aww. Right, 100 bits. Wait, she said 100 potato recipes. Enjoy the boost just because. Aw, thank you. But you know, each little boost gets us one step closer to another spin on the roulette wheel. Like it says there, it spins at 20. This is my way of curbing the salt. But yeah, when you think about it, there are already lots of potatoes out there. You have some classic ones like hash browns, mashed potatoes, French fries, Oh, wait, I'm also supposed to cut the tops off. It's your potato font. I consider gnocchi a potato recipe. Roasted potatoes, boiled potatoes, roast them, mash, or no, potato soup. And my friends have all said that if I ever reach this this goal, this make-believe goal, that they are all in for the brainstorming session. And and then there's also potato mochi. I might make that once, and then I might make it again for the 100 potato series, but that's because Joyko requested that of me, so I will absolutely do that just for her to fulfill my promise. Yeah, so many. Oh, I would consider like potato pierogies. Yep, that would be a thing. Loaded baked potato skins. Let's see here, what else? And I'm just listing things off the top of my head. Imagine if there were actual planning in this. I think I would try to keep it to... Actually, no. I'm not going to discriminate against potatoes. Potatoes will be potatoes. Whether they are Idaho... or golden, or sweet, they will be potato. Random question, what the heck is rhubarb? Someone said strawberry rhubarb pie, and I was like, isn't rhubarb a sort of pepper-like vegetable? Okay, so clearly there's going to be, and I could be wrong, but rhubarb is, I want to say, a stem of sorts. I don't know, no wait, no, it's a root. I think it's a root. Yes, yeah, like celery, yes. So like a stalk. Yeah, it is also like pretty bitter from what I can recall. So that's why it's combined with something like strawberry into a pie. Gosh, that reminds me of the... my dad would make this terrible joke. He would say, what's the square root in pie? And you know, people are trying to do math and such, and I forget what the actual square root of pi is, but it's always like, he says square root in pi, so that's why he says, or that's why the punchline's always been rhubarb. But yeah, so rhubarb itself I don't think has relation to strawberry. But that's a great question. Look at all this garlic. It is the proper amount of garlic. You can't convince me otherwise. I'll be honest, strawberry celery pie, definitely something I'd think of. But you know, creativity is how we get new recipes. Gosh. Although, sometimes those can backfire. I was listening to an influencer on Instagram because, well, I was introduced to Instagram Reels, and now I have a very unhealthy relationship with Instagram Reels. Much to Chip's dismay. But there was one that I saw that used chickpea flour and sweet potatoes to make gnocchi. I'm like, wow, that's so innovative and new. That flavor profile does not agree with me in the slightest. That was a mistake. Might need a few more garlic. I mean, I have more garlic, but this I actually want to save for some more recipes. And the garlic absolutely is overpowering in the kitchen right now. But oh, it's gonna be delicious. Okay, what else do we have? What else is in the prep box? Oh, we got sweet potatoes. Okay, those need to be chopped, and then I also have kale in here. But kale is absolutely last, because the very last thing you add. Creativity can make delicious food, and creativity can also was not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that. Ooh, garlic, potatoes, and cheese. Oh, now you're speaking my language, Coco. Creativity can also make pink sauce. Oh, goodness gracious. It's a more solid and more of a tart taste. Nice balance between sweet and tart and strawberry rhubarb pie. Ah, yes, tart. That is the word, not bitter. Tart. Anywho, time to wash the potatoes. I will be back washing the potatoes. Okay, we are back. I need another one of these for potatoes. And I'm not gonna forget to weigh the potatoes this time. After I get off the skin, I cube them up and put them in there. Let's hear. Oh, silly question. How's your cat? I currently am stuck under cat law. Any idea how to escape? Well, let's see here. Oh, my cat she's doing wonderfully right now. Chip has actually put her in her cat backpack, and they are out on a walk right now. It's kind of his way of getting her out of my, like getting her to not cause trouble while I do this, and also the weather is nice enough for that. So a very nice gesture. And she also absolutely loves going outside. We're actually to the point where she loves going outside so much that, oh, there he, oh, I see him right now. He has the cat backpack on his chest. She likes going outside so much that if we're putting on coats or shoes or any of that or grabbing keys, she'll just walk into her backpack like, oh, am I going with you? I'm going with you? Please, can I come with you? And we go to, there are a lot of breweries in the area, and a lot of them are advertised as pet friendly. And normally what they mean by that is they mean dog. And we've tested out a lot of these places' pet friendly policy by bringing the cat. And so far, places love seeing her. She is absolutely adorable, especially because she loves people. She's so social. But yeah, let's see here. You're currently stuck under cat law. Any ideas how to escape? Let's see here. If you have your phone, you can point the light at the wall to entice the cat. Or really just any type of reflection on any wall. The sweet little angel baby cakes really likes it when it's like a reflection off of off of a watch and onto a wall. You never thought you'd love an animal so much. Once you name an animal, it's over. Ain't that true? That's so true. But yes. I think she enjoyed her walk, and she'll probably ask for more later because she can never get enough unless she gets absolutely tired. But you might hear a little jingling or meows. She's a good girl and she's doing well. She's also incredibly smart. Okay, so we have... Now we have the potato. Now we cube the potato. Also, we got chosen by the cat distribution system. We didn't go out and buy this cat. This is my sister's cat, who asked to watch for 2 weeks. And 2 weeks has now become 11 years. Good job. Good job. That's wonderful. But yes, once you find a name that sticks to an animal, yep, it's over. There is no escape. Yep. Fitbit's running out of energy. I'm actually quite happy that normal Fitbits, just really basic fitness trackers, exist, because I am actually quite garbage. I'm quite garbage at keeping a smartwatch charged daily. I need to get at least 2 to 3 days out of it, because I have a really, really pretty, nice, and very smart smartwatch. But to charge it every single night gets annoying. Let's see here. Have you seen the video where the cat distribution system rejected a person? No, fill me in. What happened? Is that the Charge 5? No. I think it's an Inspire. I forget what kind, though. Let's see. I think my mom texted my sister after about 4 weeks. She texted, "You coming back to get the cat or what?" Her response, literally, nope. So, do you think it was premeditated that your system, that your sister had you watch Under the Cat with this being the goal the entire time? So I'm glad you love the cat. But also, that's slightly dishonest. I have the Charge 5. I don't know what the Charge 5... I don't know what this different series looks like. Having to charge it watch daily sounds god-awful. It is. It's... ugh. Because, I mean, you could try to get it into your routine, but my routine is... I don't know, is not... charge friendly. Many times I'll already forget to charge the Fitbit. Okay, so now we have potatoes. Let's get the weight of the potatoes. I still should have... there they are. There we go. Turn this on, get the weight. And we are at 659 grams of sweet potato. I made this soup once before, and most of the a decent amount of the calories came from rice. And I'm not adding rice this time. See here. Hey, how goes it? Hey, Pats! Oh, let's see here. Oh, I missed out on a lot. Let's see here. My sister actually has 2 new cats now. 90% probably premeditated. Okay, I see. Let's see here. Yeah, a cat is better off with someone who wants it. You treat the cat right. Let's see here. Back in my day, watches charged themselves as you wore them. I can't say I'm familiar with those kind of watches. I am familiar with the watch that you can wear for like 10 years on end and it never runs out of battery. Those were the days. Got like the classic Timex and Casios. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's see here. That's for a phone. Can you imagine that doing that for a car? That's essentially what these new electric cars are trying to do. Essentially, think of charging the car like charging your phone every night. Knowingly, I'm going to forget I wake up and my car is empty. Okay, as someone who used to drive an electric car, I do think it's easier to, the moment you pull into a driveway, to then plug the car in. That felt more natural than charging a watch. And I think it's partially because watch chargers they're not plug in. It's a magnet a lot of the times. And something about that just does not click in my head. My brain does not like it. And so it doesn't fit the charging routine. Because I'm great at charging my phone every night. Really great at that, but it's only the watch. I struggle so much with the watch. I am so glad that the Fitbit can charge to full in like 15 minutes. It's a saving grace. There, they have watches that runs off your movement and pulse, so you never have to change the battery. I have not heard of those. And a lot of non-battery watches had a self-wind mechanism. That I remember. Okay, where are we at with the soup? Okay. I'm trying to think about this here because we still need room. We still need room for cookies, for all the mixing of the cookies. At the same time, we need space for soup. Okay, let me think about this and let me try rearranging some things then, because I think we're done with the cutting board. Yeah, I think we're done with the cutting board. I will watch that later because that sounds interesting that the cat distribution system would reject a person. Okay, that, put this away. Got all of our spices here. Oh, I think enough time has passed that I'm going to attempt to fold this focaccia. Big emphasis on attempt. And also, we have butter that's been softening, so hopefully it's soft enough, because soft butter is my key to good cookies. I'm having a little bit of a rough go trying to recover from food poisoning, but my family's having a Super Bowl party right downstairs, and my stepdad is making a habanero hot sauce, so I'm getting unintentionally pepper sprayed in my room. Oh no. What's the weather like and like your window situation? Would you be able to air things out a little bit? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Wet hands helps a lot for... Oh, I forgot I have a window sweet relief. Woo! Oh, that's wonderful. Moved from the Charge 5 to a Galaxy Watch 5. If I had its own plug to charge my watch, or if it was a USB-C, I would have such a bad time charging my watch. I mean, I get that. It makes... Cat, what is that? Cat, what is that? Cat, what is that? What are you playing with? Oh, that's a leaf. And say hi to everybody. Okay. Mwah. Now I have the perfect excuse to wash my hands. Do you cook for cat too? No, the cat doesn't get food like that. If anything, what we do for the cat is she has this little ball that we put food in that you have to push around to get the food out. Otherwise, she'll eat so fast that it'll make her sick. Okay, okay, I don't know. Let's see if I can remember how. I remember from videos, just, we do the fold. We do a fold. And we do a fold. Then we do a fold. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I seriously feel like I'm doing this wrong. I have a nagging suspicion the yeast is dead, though. I don't think it's going to rise much. It didn't really rise, so... Oh well. Hopefully it still tastes fine. Because, like, really, this did not rise. So I'm not entirely sure. Okay. And then I think I let it rest again. And then during... You did miss Cat. I don't know where she went, but... Yeah, you missed Cat. I'll probably grab her again sometime. Yeah. What kind of cat is she? Oh, she's a tabby. She's a gray tabby. How warm is it? It is winter after all. How warm is what? The dough? I mean, we keep the place around, the place is kept at about 68 degrees. But yeah. But yeah, she's gray. She's gray and brown. She has bits of brown, but she's mostly gray. She's such a tabby. Yeah, I've made bread quite a few times before, and it definitely rose. Yeah, when I put the yeast in the water, it didn't do anything. Calico attitude is definitely... Oh my goodness, when I had a Calico, she was such a character. I miss her dearly. I miss her so much. But she did have such an attitude. She was great. We're going shopping with some peeps. Have a great one, everyone. See you, Rat Lord. Have fun shopping. Oh yeah, calicos are hilarious. Okay, now I gotta wash my hands one more time because now they're covered in oil. Okay. See here. Okay, so now we're doing the soup part. Cool. Soup. When shopping at a super ritzy mall for fun. Not that I could afford any of the stuff in there. Mood. I learned just to walk in like you own the place. I was trying on 5,000 jackets knowing I was never going to have a chance ever to buy these things. Oh, I know, right? Okay, let me get the... Actually, let's start heating this up. Okay, so I too went to a pretty ritzy mall a few months ago. Yeah, a few months ago, and this mall, I appreciate this mall because it had a little bit of everything. It had everything from like a 7-Eleven and a Forever 21 and an Old Navy to a, what are some, like Louis Vuitton and that kind of stuff. The mall had all of that. Sorry about that. Wow. And I was just walking around this mall because I was on vacation and I needed to get like steps in, and I like walking around malls. It's a nice indoor place where I can get my steps in. Well, there was this one store and it's all alpaca stuff, like all alpaca. $7,000 jacket. Let me try that one. What? So I go into this alpaca store, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful clothing. But this stuff is, yeah, getting into the thousands, and I'm just like, well, I can't afford any of this. But I was striking up conversation with the saleswoman, like, oh yeah, I actually have a 100% sheepskin coat from a country I went on vacation to. So that's why I don't actually need this stuff, because I already have a jacket. But it can be fun walking into those stores. I acknowledge that. Okay, just waiting for this to warm up a bit. Oh, there's the oil. Wow, oil. But I think it's nice seeing what's out there. For me, shopping is difficult because as a very old doll, I like more vintage styles and vintage clothing. I mean, this outfit that you see already is already like pretty, it's pretty modern, I think, all things considered. Not as modern as so many other people out there. You have to admit, like, you really do have to admit that a lot of designs out there are pretty detailed. And just to do this level of detail is already a lot for me. I like dressing down a bit. I like vintage clothes. I like long skirts and modesty. Yeah, that's kind of the stuff that I like. So it's hard to go into malls and actually shop for things because things don't normally fit my style. One of my arguments for going to thrift stores is that's one of the few places where I can find things that look good on me. Okay, pop quiz. Who here knows the definition of shimmering oil? Oh, did ads play? No, the auto ad manager is kind of nice sometimes, but I have no idea when they're running. Okay, so shimmering oil, at least what I've come to, again, back to the recipe sites, there are things that you don't understand sometimes, like when they say, wait till the oil is shimmering, and I'm like, what the fridge does that mean? Okay, so look at the viscosity of oil when you first put it into something, or when it's cold. You'll see that it's like a little bit gloopy, a little bit runny. But once you heat it up a little bit and you swish it around, you can't really see it here, or maybe you can, but it starts moving around like water. And to me, that is what I have determined what shimmering means. Oh boy, now my face tracking's gonna die soon. I don't know why the computer is not charging everything as I'm using it. Okay, we're going to probably lose tracking for a bit so the phone can charge. Actually, in the meantime, let's see here. I don't have a backup. A fancy way to say hot oil? Yes! But again, recipes say, wait till shimmery. Okay, we're gonna go without tracking for a bit so that the phone can charge. I'm really gonna have to test out these ports and these cables. Something I learned that was surprisingly expensive, duck fat. Yes, this is true. I was trying to look up hash brown recipes, and a lot of them tell you 2 quarts. 2 quarts! Why 2? Wait a second. What were you trying to make that you needed that much? That's a lot. Okay, we'll see how long it takes for the phone to charge. I have no idea. I think they were deep frying then under the assumption you're going to save the rest of the oil when it's done. Still! I mean, yes, I've heard great things about duck fat. I also have worked with like normal lard sometimes too, which isn't the cheapest. I felt bad the other day when I was making sopes and I was using shortening instead of lard. Definitely felt bad. Okay, what I'm doing here is I am just cooking them until like soft and the white ones are almost translucent-y, and then I'll start adding more of the stuff. You'll know sopes? Yeah! I didn't know them until, let's see here, maybe like 5 years ago, but I was at this little restaurant, and I saw them on the menu, and I'm like, oh, that looks good, so I tried it, and it changed my world. Just changed my world so much. Now, what I made, when I make them, they don't hold a candle to places that actually know how to make them. And to my knowledge, there are only 2 restaurants in the area that make them. What be they? Okay, so it's like the ones that I've had, they're about this big, and it's a kind of thick corn cake made of masa harina, maybe like this thick, kind of. And then from there, you can, and from there you top them with whatever you like, but it's just really good. And I like how instead of with tortillas, it's nice and thin, and a lot of times that's great. Other times I just kind of want that chew. I want that, it's very comforting. It's very nice. Oh, the ginger is being very fragrant right now. I want to add a little bit of water right now because the bottom's already getting a little too burnt for my liking. There we go. Just get some of the stuff off the bottom for now. If you ever make those on stream, I can't miss that. Then don't look at Wednesday's stream. or watch that, I don't know. Sounds similar to an open sandwich. Oh yeah, it's been described to me as like a thicker and more comforting and satisfying tostada. We're just going to keep this moving. Trying to get these, like, I'm waiting for this step. I'm really waiting for I have a new Mexican stepdad. So we get sopes for dinner sometimes. So good. Yes, they're so good. If you can. So my favorite Mexican food is usually a toss-up, and depending on mood, between sopes and tortas. It may go on my list to try indeed. A blind, please tell me that you've had a torta before, or you've had elotes. Elotes are magical, in my opinion. Oh, goodness gracious. So tortas are sandwiches, and oh, the bread that they use to make these sandwiches, out of this world. Love them, no doubt. Amazing. And then elotes is Mexican street corn. So you'll have traditionally, at least for me traditionally, is corn on the cob, and then you're going to put mayo on that, and then cotija cheese and tahine. So good. Also, that man makes masa harina cakes like a machine. He can cook out 20 in 10 minutes. Goodness, to have those skills would be a dream. Oh, I've had something similar to the corn. Good. A lot of places they'll put it in a cup so it's easier to eat. But still, like, same goodness. So good. I need to get something to drink. My throat's getting parched. Okay, so like I said, for this part, I usually wait for the celery to turn a darker color. And that's usually a good indicator for me for the next step. Then we add the garlic and green onions. I'm just going to keep mixing everything in there. So look how many like vegetables and supporting things that we have so far. That's what I mean when I'm like, I want to eat more vegetables and diversify my diet more. Yeah, Wednesday was super scuffed. Now, today's turning out super scuffed too. But that's just what happens when you're trying new things out. Okay. I'm gonna start adding some seasonings here. So, of course, salt and pepper. Can't forget those. Lots and lots of pepper. A little bit more salt just for you guys. Smell check, just wafting it. I can tell the pan is, or the pot is pretty hot, so I'm going to lower that a bit as I add. I think now actually would be a good time to add the beans. So I have some great, thank you, Sweaty. Okay, yes, just, stretching feels good. And unclench. Wow. Okay. Oh, that made me yawn. Thank you, Bunches, for that. Still can't open cans. But, well, not using those anymore. And by anymore, I mean today. So. Some of my friends were saying, why would I stream today when clearly there's something big and important going on? And I'm just like, that sounds perfect for me. I'm just trying to get into the swing of things. So we have chickpeas and we have Great Northern beans. So I am going to drain these of their liquid really fast, and then we'll take their measurements. Okay, measurements, try not to make things burn. I'm very glad you streamed today. Aw, thank you, Blind. Thank you, Sweaty. That's really sweet. Thank you for sticking around through the scuff. Okay, so Great Northern beans, we have 343 grams. Okay. I kind of don't come on Twitch much anymore, so it was a lucky coincidence. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I'm trying to resume the normal schedule of Sundays and Wednesdays. I think, what is the day? 11. This Wednesday, though, I will not, because I will be out. Well, more just like Chip and I will be spending time together. So I will not be streaming on Wednesday, and I will be back next Sunday with the right now secret recipe that contains potatoes. sCuff, well doll, sCuff is charm. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bunches. I just see it as part of my roles and responsibilities as president of the Technical Difficulties Club. Okay, so we got 343 grams. Great Northern beans. Okay. Then we got 266 grams of chickpeas. Okay, and will I add these in? we're just going to mix these around gently, gently fold things in. Okay, it's not too hot yet. Okay, we're gonna let that warm up. And always remember, clean as you go. Even if it just means getting everything near the sink, that already helps so much because then you free up space. So one of the things that I'll have to do is we do have coconut milk, and this is the only brand of coconut milk I ever recommend. This is the good stuff. I saw this food blog that said this stuff tastes fake, and I was appalled. I was like, how could you? This is the good stuff. I go out of my way to go to specific grocery stores to get this stuff. This stuff isn't a pain and a half to work with. Unlike everything else you can get at the big box superstore. And also remember, clean your blade on your can openers. Those actually get quite dirty. I usually clean them right away because I want my, I just want my can opener to last as long as possible because I really like that can opener. Okay, so the moisture from the beans has lifted up pretty much all the stuff at the bottom, so all that flavor is now up. Now we can start adding the broth. So this broth is leftover broth from it can open. Yes, very true. Okay, so this broth, there isn't much in here because I used this for a recent recipe. Oh, what did I use it for? Well, I used it for something and I had some left. So now we're just going to finish using this chicken broth. Oh goodness, there wasn't even a cup in there. That was nothing. Okay, good thing I have one more box. And I do my best to now, I do have the organic broth, but what's more important to me is the low sodium. Gee, I wonder why Doll doesn't want a lot of sodium in her ingredients. So we're just going to add the entire box here. And the reason I'm adding the entire box is because we still have the potatoes to add. Oh no, it's such a mystery. Nobody knows. Not many people were here from the dark days. Look at this soup, all chock full of stuff, but you know what it needs? It needs potato. And so we're going to add potato. Actually, I think before I add the potato, I'm going to add the rest of the spices before things become too evaporative. Before things start evaporating too much and start clogging my spices. So I'm just going to do turmeric. I want a decent amount of turmeric in here. Partially because I have so much turmeric and I forget why I originally bought it. And I'm like, well, now I gotta use it. Some curry powder, because remember, this is a curry soup. but I'll probably be adding more curry powder later. Those days weren't dark, your streams were just as lovely and relaxing, putting in a good mood. Aw, that's so sweet. It was still chaos. And then just a little bit of red pepper flakes for the kick. I do miss a lot of the simple days. It was crazy in the kitchen, but I was happy. I was very happy. Oh, right, we still have more spices. Some cumin. Yep. And paprika. Little more paprika. Little more paprika. I like paprika. There we go. And now we're gonna mix that around. Give that a good old stir. But there were dark days for my blood work. There we go. Now we can put all of these except curry back. Okay. Now you might be wondering, hey doll, why are you putting all of these things in there? Like I said, I am trying to pack as many different ingredients. I like quite a bit of turmeric in bread or savory pancakes. Oh, I do need to make savory pancakes though. Scallion pancakes, so good. Yeah, the key thing for this soup is to pack as many ingredients as possible to make it as nutrient dense as possible. So we're gonna just adding some lemon juice. I would use fresh lemon juice, but I've had this for a while and it has to be used up. And then one secret ingredient that I've been using a lot lately is nutritional yeast. And the reason I use that is because there's a lot of B vitamins in there, and I have learned a lot about the necessity for B vitamins, especially if you have like no energy. So just gonna let that get all dissolved in there. And it does add a cheesy tang to things. And I do like my cheese. There we go. Sometimes I'll just sprinkle nutritional yeast on top of things, like especially eggs. I've taken a liking to eating a lot of hard-boiled eggs lately. I think nutritional yeast tastes different from normal yeast. Like, I will say that does taste cheesy. I'm gonna say cheese-ish. What was I saying? Right, so I've taken a liking to eating hard-boiled eggs lately, and it just elevates the flavor even more to, it just elevates it even more, and I like that. Okay, so we got this. So now we can add potato, and my pot's getting a little full. There we go, and now the potatoes can start soaking up all the goodness. Now normally I would say cover it up, don't let things evaporate, but I do want to have some kind of visual there as we start working on the cookies. And right, she'll add the coconut milk as well. I mean, watch this. Watch how, I want some of this cream. Have you ever tried Asian fried boiled eggs? I think they're called tiger eggs. I have not, but I have figured out that I really like quail eggs. I like quail eggs a lot. Let's see here. So watch how easy it is to pour this stuff. Just And you know what's not there? No, like 2-inch thick thing of coconut fat at the top. I don't know what they do to this stuff, but it's absolutely amazing. And I've given big box brands so many chances. I refuse to use anything else when it comes to coconut milk, and that's just that. Ooh, quail eggs are good, not just the price? Yes. Something about them are so satisfying, but for me personally, they're satisfying because I like yolk. That's what I like about hard-boiled eggs too, is I really like the yolk. I'm gonna clean up a bit here. All right, I need to write down the coconut milk. So 13.5 ounces coconut milk. And that is pretty much all we're going to do for the soup. We're going to stir it occasionally, but it is going to fill the house with so much fragrance. And there's so much nutrition in there. It's wonderful. There was a trend last year for confit egg yolks. That sounds so incredibly difficult to make, but also very delicious. I've only had true confit, I think once. And it was my previous job, and I was on the other side of the state. That's what I can say. And I got French food one night, and I think I actually streamed that. And I had duck confit. I did stream that. Yes, I did. I'm pretty sure I did, because I remember setting up the camera and such. Yeah. That was fun. That was very good. I haven't had it since. Oh, I almost forgot about adding a bay leaf. Okay, right. Gotta have a bay leaf in there. Okay, and I don't feel like adding more herbs to the soup. I know I was just saying how I want to chalk as many things in there as I can, but I do think I'm at the limit there. I should get my spoon and do a little taste test of that. Smells good. Yep, soup is delicious. Soup is very delicious. We can just let that cook. Yo, it's a hanger. Hello. I am doing quite okay. I mean, as you can see by my existence here. And let's see if we have enough charge to get tracking back. Oh, we'll see how long we have tracking for. But it looks like we're back just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. Yes, I am absolutely existing right now. I'm having a grand old time doing so. Okay, so chocolate chip cookies, absolute classic. I'm going to see if I can replicate what I made before when I made chocolate chip cookies, because whatever I did last time are like the best cookies I've ever made, so I'm going to try to replicate it. Let's see here. So we're going to get the big bowl. Let's see here, we want flour. For 280 grams. Ooh. Okay. So I think we're finally done with the flour for now. So I think this goes flour, salt, and once again, no measurement for the salt. So I'm just gonna put that much salt in there. And then I need baking soda, baking powder, and cornstarch. I left my cornstarch over here. Okay, so baking soda. I usually do half a teaspoon of baking soda and half a teaspoon of baking powder. I used to know the science behind my madness, but all I know is that it worked for me. I can't find the more salt redeem. Okay, so Henga, the way that, and I'll probably put an explainer on here, but the way to do salt redeem nowadays is, you see this roulette, like right there. You see that roulette? Every 100 bits lets that go up 1. Every sub lets that go up 5. And yeah, and when it reaches 20, it spins. So it's already spun once today. So for the cookies, when I add sugar, I get to put this much extra sugar in it. So we've been having, that's been waiting on the side. So I'm going to follow the recipe, but then put extra sugar. Okay, and then cornstarch, 1.5 teaspoons of cornstarch. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. A very smart change. Oh, I can feel the disappointment traveling across time zones. We're getting a little foamy on the soup, so I'm going to incorporate some of that back in. I remember the salty days. I remember them too. But how are you doing, Henga? I hope you're doing well. Okay. see here. Don't need this for now. I'm going to whisk all the ingredients together. Try to make sure that there are no clumps. I'm doing pretty good. Got a new job since we were last here. Best choice of my life so far. What kind of job are you doing? Let me know. I'm so happy to hear things. Oh, you're about to go to bed though? Well, I'm glad that you're able to stop by for a little bit. So good to see you. Still programming, but with another company. Hey, sometimes a company changes what you need. I get it. Okay, so dry ingredients. Maybe I'll put the dry ingredients over here for now. I'm just so happy things are going better for you, Henga. You really deserve it. Like, good job. I'm proud of you. Let's see here. Okay, so now wet ingredients. So wet ingredients, we are doing, oh, now we're back to grams again. You too? You had it harder than me, to be honest. Well, things are looking better now. If you don't know, I have a cat. And she's wonderful, and I love her bunches. Let's see if she's hanging out around the first floor here. Oh, and I moved into a house. So, I'm going to lower the heat on the soup. I think it's boiling a little too hard. Let's see if I can find the baby. I think she's sleeping upstairs, so I'm not going to bother her. I didn't stay with my parents when I moved. Now I got a snake. Aw! Does it do little bleps? Oh my goodness, we're going to lose the top camera again. Technical difficulties club. Ugh, it's very annoying. Okay, so we want 170 grams of butter, so it's 111. So let's try cutting these into fourths. This is nice and perfectly softened. 142. Hey, like 171. Perfect. Itu plebs is like, oh, it's shedding right now though, so no pics. Okay, as long as it is adorable and it brings you happiness. Well, congratulations on the snack. Okay, melted butter. Well, no, not melted butter, just butter. And then brown sugar. How much brown sugar do I need? 150 grams. I feel like I used half the amount of sugar when I first made them. Oh, you got an old one? Ooh. An old picture? Nice. What sort of snake? And yeah, what color is the snake? But I will follow this recipe right now. Here. Going for 150 grams. Just sent you a pic on Twitter, and you can show it. Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to do this nicely then. Okay, so sugar's done. That sugar's done. Still gotta add this sugar. Oh wait, no, I gotta add normal sugar, and then the extra sugar. So normal sugar. So 100 grams. Oh man, this is going to be so sweet. Oh. It's weird considering I don't necessarily like... Ooh, 3D printing. Oh, 3D printing can be so much fun. I have a few friends who are into that. Okay. $64, $98, $100, and then the extra from the roulette. Okay. 3D printed snack. Okay. Also pick a scent. Okay, let me, where'd I put my mouse? Where'd I put it? There it is. Ooh, cosplay weapons. That's neat. I'm not signed in. Oh, interesting. Okay, let me save this really quick. And let's see if I can get this here. Image. Okay, it doesn't like the file type, so I'm gonna have to change the file type here. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. There is Snake. I don't want to share the internet window for reasons, but yes, there's the snake, there's the boy, or girl, I don't know what gender. Oh, look at the little snoot. Just boop the little snoot. Aww. Congratulations on the snake. Oh, Abigail? Aww. I hope Abigail gives you all of the friendly blaps. Okay, now we're going to cream the sugar and butter together. And of course, always gets so much stuff stuck in the whisk. Aw, congratulations. Pets are amazing. We really need to go because work. Have great cooking. Bye, Hunga. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. I think one thing that's fun is if you look at how this is going, I like seeing the difference that the techniques make. So for example, creaming the sugar and the butter, at first glance it just looks like you're mixing it, but then when you actually see that it makes this like fluffy, creamy type thing, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so from here, I'm supposed to put an egg and an egg yolk and then vanilla extract. So I have vanilla extract over here and I have egg here. So I'm gonna first put one egg in and hope that I don't get yolk everywhere. And then a yolk. So now we're going to separate them, and let me bring everything over so you can watch my separation process. Okay, so the goal here is there is the egg white, and then I'm using the transfer process from shell to shell to just get the yolk. And that pretty much gets most of it. And now I have a yolk. And as long as I'm careful and don't puncture the yolk, it stays intact until I throw it in there. Okay, let's put this away. Oh, I just realized the cat's in her backpack because she wants to go out again. Oh, she's so precious. I'm not going to disturb her. I'll make her backpack her safe spot. Okay, so now we're getting the yolk and the egg all nice and incorporated here. Okay, and then next is vanilla. How much vanilla are we putting in? 2 teaspoons. Oop. 2, 3, 4. And I want to put almond extract in here. I think I will, just a splash, because I do think almond extract really elevates the flavor. And yeah, that almond extract is pretty safe to use in this household. There hasn't been a reaction yet. I don't know why, but I had my almond extract with my cooking spices instead of my baking stuff. So we're just going to add just half a teaspoon. Just a little bit, because that stuff is strong. Okay, now that that's all nice and incorporated in, I think this is where you start adding it to the dry ingredients. of the stuff that we just made is actually very, very fluffy, very dollopy, if you will. And we're going to be quite gentle with this because one of the big reasons we're doing everything like this is I like my cookies to be thick and fluffy without being airy, if that makes sense. I wonder how well they would turn out by substituting some of the flour with ground almonds. Let's see here. I think ground almonds, my gut is telling me that ground almonds would be denser than than flour. So I think you'd want to take more flour out overall if you want to use ground almonds, but that's just my take on it. So yes, you can do that, but be mindful. Okay, so we're kind of going to just fold this in. I love almonds, just not the extract. You know, that is fair. That is fair. But I wonder that at that point, would you be against just putting chopped almonds in your cookies? Because there's no one, just like the government's not going to stop me from making a breakfast for dinner. Government ain't going to stop you from putting almonds in your cookies. Oh yeah, from now on, I'm going to say like, instead of no one's going to stop you, oh, I'm definitely saying the government's not going to stop you. So my original goal for these cookies, depending on how the recipe turned out, I was going to actually go say hi to the neighbors because I haven't said hi to them since Halloween. And I feel really bad, and I've always wanted to do the thing where I bring a cake or a pie, and one of the neighbors, like super sweet family, adorable golden retriever, and it's like her and I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 young kids. No, breakfast for dinner should not be a crime, otherwise IHOP and Awful Waffle wouldn't exist. And Denny's, don't forget Denny's. Ooh, this is getting quite thick. I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret that comes into my mind sometimes. And this is just pure chaos. So, whenever I hit something, I usually hit something 5 times. I knock 5 times, I hit things 5 times, no idea why. But a lot of the times, it's because in my head, I'm going, well, let me mix this a few more times, and then I'll let you in on what goes on in my head, what the little voice says. Because the little voice is very little, and you'll understand what that means in a bit. Okay. I'm gonna do 2 more mixes. Okay. Ugh. Come on. It's so thick now. So thick. Okay. So, here's something that doesn't and will not make sense. When I have something on here and I'm hitting something, my brain goes, Old MacDonald had... And not even just a farm. It's just, Old MacDonald had... Every time I hit something 5 times. So... There's a look into my mental state. Okay, so now we have the cookie dough. Your ritual, it is. I have no idea why it started. I mean, clearly it must have started when I was tiny, but yeah. Okay, and now we need chocolate chips. So the landlord left, and with our permission, of course, left some stuff in the fridge, and this humongous bag of chocolate chips was one of those. I just left it in the fridge, and I'm like, yeah, I'll use them. That was a fun conversation. And I still haven't used them up. And I think just a little more chocolate chips. Yeah. And then some for me. If there's one thing I'm super grateful for in life, it's for my amazing landlords, just all throughout my life. I've only had one that was not great, but I mean, one not great landlord, and it was just that even though my best friend and I, we cleaned our butts off on move-out day. We spent the entire day from the moment we woke up until we officially turned in our keys. We cleaned. And we still didn't get our deposit back. I'm trying to think, what could we have possibly missed that would have resulted in that? That place wasn't damaged, to my knowledge. So... only thing I could think of was like maybe one of the other roommates did something that none of us knew about and thus couldn't fix. But, oh well. And here you can see the cookie dough is looking absolutely amazing. Getting our deposit back always seems like an impossible task. Yeah. And then, even with my previous landlord, amazing person, she took such a good care of me, let me get away with a lot. But I didn't see that security deposit back. There was probably too much that needed to be fixed and done on the place, and I'd rather not get my security deposit back than have to pay a bunch of fees. Because I know that there was one piece of carpet in the computer room that would have just had to be replaced. I mean, I think the carpet in that entire place should have been replaced. That carpet was not doing good. So, if all that came out of my deposit, so be it. But she was so kind and patient with me and let me get away with a lot of stuff, admittedly. She was also my upstairs neighbor. But she was amazing, and I'm very grateful for her. And then, of course, I absolutely love my current landlords. They're great. Okay, let's see here. I think now I'm supposed to cover this and we let this chill for a bit. Right? Yes. Okay, so we're going to cover the cookie dough. Cover the cookie dough, put it in the fridge. And I think we're going to end up baking the foCCaCia first. So let's go check back in on the foCCaCia. My hunch is that, oh, these are supposed to be soft cookies. I do like my cookies soft. And I know one of these days I'll have to make thin crispy cookies because I promised I would. But for now, I'm still making cookies the way I like them. Nice and soft. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Actually, before I do anything, let me check what temperature silicone can handle. Oh, can go as high as 500. Okay, I think I'll, I know we were talking about like 500 for foCCaCia, but I also don't like baking my bread too hard, if that makes sense. Let's go with 425. Or I already set the oven for 450, so we're going to do 450. I had to double check that I didn't have anything in there because I have had a pan in the oven before. It was bad. And maybe it's a little too cold to, for the bread to rise, but I haven't had that issue before, so this is just interesting to me. Funny story for Christmas. Last year, my friend had a get-together / potluck where one of our friends tried making peanut butter cookies, but they turned out like peanut butter bark, and one friend ended up chipping his tooth. Oh my goodness! How? How do you go from cookies to a bark so hard that a tooth chips? What? Like, that's just impressive at that point. I get failures. Trust me, I understand failures, but that is something else. I don't know, but the Christmas photos are awesome and hilarious. Oh, I'm glad they were good memories. Is she still in the backpack? Is that a yes? Oh my goodness. Cat is still in her backpack. Okay, moment of truth. See if there's any change. I have good memories of it. Don't think he did. Yeah, I'd be not sure if it's the high hydration of the dough, but foCCaCia does seem to take longer. Ah, well that's a shame. Maybe. Oh, it did rise. It did rise a little bit. We have a bubble. There is a bubble. Woo! Yes, appropriate response. Woo! Now, what do I remember of the coil fold? Wait, I need to put my hands right. Oh, how do I do this? I think it was like, I'm supposed to... Like that? forget how many times I'm supposed to do this. Ah. Man, I'm kind of impatient now, and we don't have too much to do. So, what exactly happens if you... Okay, usually a few times. If you put it in too early, though. I mean, we could go back to just, And the gluten's like really making it not stretch, I guess. Oh well. I know, I'm so tempted because I'm so impatient right now. But I guess we could do the cookies and then finally go back and cut this up, because this is, so spoiler, this is not going in as, it will be denser if you put it in early. Oh, so that's what happens. Okay, so we'll let it rest one more time. Okay. So I guess we will take the cookies out early then, because early cookies is not as egregious. So the cookies did not have much time to chill. Although I do think that the soup is pretty much done at this point. I am going to take out the bay leaf, because I don't want that one accidentally getting eaten. But the true test of doneness is the potato. Ah! No! Potato! Potato! Come back. Hello! Hey, Daniel. Oh. Trying to make it so that I can... Oh. So I can taste this potato. Without burning myself too bad. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's done. That's hot. Yep, soup's done. Woo! We did it. Soup is done. And that, my dear friends, is going to be lunch for the week. So what I normally do at this point is I let the soup cool down, and then I'll pack them away in containers. But let's get these cookies ready. So I'm gonna set the oven to 325 instead of the 450 that we had it for the bread. And I also like bigger cookies. So these cookies will be quite big. I'll be using this scoop to scoop them out. Okay, so I might run into the problem of the cookies might melt a bit too much because they definitely did not chill long enough. But I also know that all of this will not go on the sheet. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, one of the ways that you stop cookies from spreading too much is you make it so that you chill the dough. That's the big thing, is you chill the dough. So we're going to start out with 6 cookies. Have any of you had a certain pink branded cookie chain open up near you? At least, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 have opened up in my area within the past 2 years, and it's blowing my mind with how fast they're expanding. I mean, I know why and what their strategy is. They've made it very clear. But I don't hate it. Mostly because for the longest time, if you want, say, a baked good, you go to a traditional bakery. But, you know, because those are usually smaller businesses, let me put this back first. Because they're smaller businesses, they tend to have less appealing hours, I guess I can say, especially for night owls. And around here, if you want dessert, your options are if you go out to get ice cream or to go to a grocery store and get baked goods. But I sometimes don't want the volume that a grocery store gives you, and I'm not an ice cream person. So, yeah, that makes things tough. Okay, so cookies, you see them? They're nice and big, and they're going to go in the oven now. I sorely wish that I had like an oven light, but I do not. Or not an oven light, an oven camera. There is this really expensive oven that I saw once that comes with a built-in camera that you can use for content creation. But oh goodness, I am not going to do that. Hey, baby. Hi. Hi. Who's a good girl? Are you my sweet girl? Are you my sweet girl? Oh, you say hi then walk away because you just woke up? Okay, I see how it is. You are certainly not made of ice cream. This is true. Yeah, just not a fan. And I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm like, just meh. I have a very lukewarm response to ice cream. Also doesn't make me feel too great. But yeah, the oven, that oven was so expensive and really fancy. And I'm like, I think we can survive with just a normal oven and not seeing it as it bakes. Now, if I wanted to do, say, non-stream content creation, I would put the camera like right outside the oven window and record that. Oh, one of my favorite things that I've seen with that technique of just using a camera to look into an oven just through the window is using speed ramps to make the baked goods dance. I think it's really funny. Lukewarm, that will make ice cream melt. No wonder you don't like it. There is an ice cream shop around here that does like really, actually both ice cream shops, they do really good flavors. And I have to give them credit because yeah, like I said, they're very good. I just liked baked goods better, which is why I am very happy with the local bakeries that do exist. Like I said, they don't stay open late. One of them is just really run by this one little old lady, and it's Asian baked goods. Love that place so much. Got to introduce a lot of friends to that place lately. I think they all loved it too, but it's a little far for them to go there often. But I should go there more often. Cookies plus ice cream. Actually, both of the ice cream shops that I'm talking about, they do have make your own ice cream sandwiches. One of them sells pre-made ice cream sandwiches in their case. The moment you walk in. And the other one is solely dependent on if they have cookies available. But yeah, just imagine being able to mix and match all kinds of cookies and ice cream. And then to make it even better, at least I know for one of them, I don't remember about the other. One of them, because they also do soft serve, they have a lot of toppings, because of course you would have toppings for soft serve. When I get soft serve, I like getting the dirt cake, which is like crushed Oreos and gummy worms. So what you can do is you have cookie, ice cream, cookie, and then they'll take that and then they'll roll it in your either like topping of choice, and it could be crushed cookies, crushed candy, crushed cereal. That's where things get dangerous, and it is very good for those who get it. Let's see here. What time did I put those cookies in? This will be fun. I will clean up my area a bit because I want to get the cooling rack out so that the cookies can cool properly. So let's put some of this away. Looks like I did not need to put more curry into the soup because the flavors are already quite good. Okay. We have the good cooking rack out. The scooper will probably just stay out here because I don't want all of the cookie dough to be sitting in the fridge all day. Yes, cookies, we are less than 10 minutes away. Actually, let me do a visual check. These are definitely going to look kind of funky, probably because the dough didn't get to chill. But that's fine. They'll still taste great. One of the things I like about baking is that a lot of times, even if you mess up the recipe, I think you have to mess up really, really, really bad to You have to mess up really bad to make something inedible when it comes to baking. Isn't that right, baby? You want to say hi again? You want to say hi again? Here is cat. Oh. Oh no, she's liking the cuddles. She's liking the cuddles. No, I don't want her. I don't want her over the cooking area. Hold on, let me try going to the other side. In this household, the cat is the EBO, executive biscuit officer? Hold on. CEO is chief executive officer? Chief operating. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right here. I love cookies that are warm with crunch. There has been a lot of, I would say a surge of people who like crunchy cookies. And no hate and no diss to those cookies. They all have merit, and I think that we can all agree that cookies are delicious and everyone has their own preference. And one of these days, I will absolutely make crunchy, crispy cookies. Oh, well, let's see, how do you get warm, crunchy cookies? Well, what you do is, 1, you use melted butter, and 2, you don't let the dough cool, so it's pretty warm, so everything melts, and then you have to let it cool just enough that it holds its shape and is crispy, but still has some warmth to it. So it's a fine line that you got to do. Yep. Oh, I just realized I forgot to update my subscriber badges. I gotta do that. Let's see here. I'll do another check on the cookies. Oh yes, very, very cookie shaped. I see, because normally they only go crunchy when cool. Yes, it is a very fine line, but that doesn't mean to say that you couldn't say heat already crunchy cookies. That soup looks good. Oh, it is very good. The stove's already off. This soup is done. I'm just letting it cool off so I can pack it away. And that's going to be lunches for the week. I'm excited. So these cookies OMG, I've been waiting to catch a stream, so happy. Aw, thank you, Mango. There isn't too much going on now. A lot of the excitement was earlier. A lot of the excitement was earlier with a lot of the chopping and the mixing and the folding and the measuring. And now we're at the place where we're waiting for the cookies to be done. And then I'm going to reveal the super special, secret, questionable technique that I'm going to use with the foCCaCia. I noticed mise en place? Yes! It's something that I learned that I learned during my break, and one thing that I really like doing is, yes, I could use deli containers, but at the time, it was more convenient for me to use these 4-cup clear square Tupperwares. And because deli containers, I would have to buy at a restaurant supply store or buy them online. But with these, I was just able to buy 2 packs of 4. So I have 8. And it just makes things easier. Also makes things easier for cleanup. I mean, the dishwasher gets full faster. So I know I'm going to have to run 2 loads today just because it fills up so fast. But it's just mentally pleasing to have all of your ingredients prepped in one space, especially if you're trying to do those clickbaity 10-minute recipe videos. Soup definitely feels very comforting. It is, especially when it's still, at least where I am, it's towing that line between hot weather or like nice spring weather and sometimes cold weather. Like yesterday was pretty darn cold. Sorry, I need more water. So there's still some days where it's pretty darn cold, and some people were mentioning the other day that it's that some people aren't feeling well, and what do you eat when you're not feeling well? And my answer is soup. And you can get the canned stuff, but there is a lot of sodium in that. Even when you try to go for the lower sodium one, sometimes there's still a lot of sodium. Or you can make something yourself and have a bunch of nutrients ready to go. Whoa, wait, Lydia? Oh, hello. Oh my goodness. I hear music playing, and did I set this music? I don't know, but this has been like the first race since coming back. But hi, Lydia, and welcome everyone. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Doll. Welcome to the dollhouse. I do cooking and exclusively cooking. Let's see here. Oh man, I completely forgot about rating, and I have nothing set up or prepared. But today, this is our recently finished curry vegetable soup. Please let me know if you have any questions about anything I've made. I will gladly answer. But what's in here is we got some sweet potatoes, celery, carrots, onions, garlic, ginger, got garbanzo beans, we got great northern beans, and in a low sodium chicken broth with a plethora of spices. So that's done. That's going to be cooling for a while so I can pack it away, because this is going to be lunches for the week. Because another great thing about soup is that you make a big thing. Oh, do you also collect dolls? I have a few. But I try not to have too much stuff. So the ones that I do have are very sentimental. Let's see here. Yes, great thing about big things of soup, especially if you have a container that has a really good seal, you can pack that for the week and then you're not spending money on lunches. Yay! Oh yes, they do take up a lot of space. That they do. Now, I have coworkers that take up a lot of space too. Oh, ain't that the truth? Actually, I like my coworkers, but there are some people in other departments, and by other departments, I mean HR, that I'm just like, what are you doing? But we're not going to get too much into that, but I just look over at HR's door and I'm just like, why? Yeah, good seal container, soup for the week. Currently, I have cookies in the oven. Those will come out any minute now. We just finished talking about mise en place. If you have any questions about what that is you have containers. A lot of people use deli containers, but I use 4-cup Tupperware containers that you can get at either any grocery store, big box store, you name it. And then as I prepare ingredients, like if you were here earlier, you would see that I put like my carrots and celery in one, I put my potatoes in another, garlic and green onion in another. That way, when it comes time for this, I could just dump them in one by one. And it makes a few more dishes, but it helps keep everything, even though it makes more dishes, things are more clean. So I'm going to check the cookies because I think that in the excitement of everything, and I did not set a timer, which is bad on me, because I do not have one of those kitchen timers, and I should get one of those. But yeah, let me check on the cookies. Maybe we're okay. I think we're okay. Maybe. An undercooked cookie doesn't kill people often, right? So let me move the cooling rack so you can all get a look at the wonderful cookies. So these are the cookies. Depends what's in it. This is true. The only dangerous thing in here though is egg. But I think we are fine. I think these look properly brown, golden. I don't always like the term golden because maybe it's just me. I mean, they say golden brown, but to me, golden implies yellow. And to me, this is just a light brown. To me, this is more golden. This reminds me of gold. This is valuable. And these are cookies. They're still valuable, but they look great. Let's hear. Did I bring my flipper here? No, I did not. Let me grab my flipper and we'll get these on the cooling rack. But these look great. Valuable to my taste buds. You know what? Amen to that. And I forgot to say, Aegis Reich. Sorry, it is hard to see. My eyes are not the shiniest eyes in the world. So it is sometimes hard to read, but thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the dollhouse. Let's see here. We need to turn up the heat of the oven to a high temperature because we're going to be making a self-admittedly BS foCCaCia. So that is now set to 450, as that is... Ooh, oh, they are falling apart. Is that where my downfall is going to be? Is that they're not cooked enough that they're falling apart? Well, let us continue. I'm going to be mindful. They are quite soft in the middle. Okay, maybe silly experiment, but I have 4 left on here. I know that the oven currently is raising its temperature, but I think if I put these in here for maybe, make sure you let them cool a bit before transferring to the rack. But I still think, just from a little bit of touch, I think they could be cooked a little bit more. So I'm actually going to set a timer for 3 minutes. And we're going to hope the cookies don't get ruined. So we have these 2 as the control. And the rest of these are going back in. Wish me luck. Okay, so those are officially in the oven, and we have these 2 right here. Already I can tell, and I don't know if it's because the last time I made cookies, I didn't write down the ingredients. Because I didn't write down the exact ingredients what I did during Christmas. But whatever I did during Christmas were the best cookies I ever made. They were the perfect thickness. They were the perfect taste. But we also had a roulette, which made me add more sugar. But that was only like 10 grams in the scheme of things. So that shouldn't have changed things too much. I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, they are most likely still edible. Make sure you let them cool a bit before transferring back. They're very delicate when hot. This is true. This is true. Oh well, this is what experimenting is for. If everything was perfect, I would just do like a nice produced show and not learn along the way, because everything is a process. As long as they freely move on the pan/parchment, they're done. Ooh, good experiment. Yes, yes. We have our control. We're doing an experiment. And let's do some real life commentary, I guess. Sorry, I love Baker Talk. I can't stop myself. No, it's perfectly fine. We are all here to share our love of... We're all here to share our love of food and VTubers and sCuff. Well, the sCuff will happen any moment now, because I know the camera's about to die. It's like every moment I'm just like, it's going to happen soon. It's going to happen soon. As long as it's tasty. Oh, I know it'll be. All these ingredients just mwah. And cats, yes, yes. Well, technically, I love all animals. All animals are amazing in their own right. Just within my little dollhouse, I want a cat. Now, I love other people's animals. Like some of my best friends, their dog, and I need to go visit them again sometime because I miss their dog. She's such a sweetie. She loves cuddles, and every time someone comes into their apartment, she's like, and acts as if she's never gotten attention before in her life. But yeah, I love being with other people's dogs and then returning their dogs to them at the end of the night. My cat is such a good cuddler, though. I love her so much. Okay, and on the clock we have 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, these are definitely more brown around the edges. So we're gonna cool these off and see how these are doing. Yeah, even though these are starting to cool, the very center still feels like it will collapse. We will absolutely be tearing into one of these cookies today. Right now, let's get these cookies to cool a bit so I can get them on the rack. Cool, ya cookies, cool. So clearly, we made chocolate chip cookies today. They're nice, they're classic, and I have chocolate chips out the wazoo because of that huge bag of chocolate chips that was left behind. But for other cookies in the future, what cookies would you like to see? I love all animals depending how they're served. Oh goodness, I mean, I guess that's something that you could consider too. I mean, clearly I am not a vegetarian, even though I've made vegetable soup. I am not vegetarian. But as long as things aren't going to waste, I mean, I'm not one to dictate the economy and what gets served, but to me, I see more of this is our world, this is how it's come to, and protein is quite necessary for a lot of people. Okay, and yeah. Can't really make too much social commentary. That wouldn't feel right. Okay, can you still see the cookie? Yes, you can still see the cookie. I just wanted me to treat it well while they live. Yeah, I agree with that. I collected dolls for a bit. I was mostly into the Voix Doll Life Dream line. Okay. When I say I have some dolls, it's not necessarily a brand of doll, but more of as I travel, there are some places that I've traveled to where they have costumes of cultural significance. And I think that it is a nice representation of culture. And instead of, say, trying to wear that myself, I will have that on a doll for the memories. Oh my goodness. There was a time when I was all about the ball jointed doll craze. I mean, I still love them so much, and I wish I had some. I would dress them up and I would make stories, because that's what the little girl in me has always wanted, was like to just admire the craftsmanship. But alas, no. Okay, here we go. So, yes, I think it was a good idea to cook the cookies, to bake the cookies a little bit more. These are a lot more stable, so let me get the baking rack out of the way. And now, for the super secret, absolute, no logic, probably going to backfire, but we will see method of making foCCaCia today, is we're going to bake them in a muffin tin. Travel dolls does sound like a really great idea. Yeah. And you could do for souvenirs, you could do magnets, you could do keychains. I used to do keychains for a while, but then I would put all the keychains on one keyring and it got really unwieldy. At least with the dolls with cultural costumes, you can display them in a very nice way. I had Yomiko Redman from Read or Die, and Sinon from Sword Art Online. Ooh, in ball jointed doll form, I think that's pretty cool because, yeah, you can just do a lot more with range of mobility that way. Okay, more water. Yeah, well, with keychains, it's really hard to display them. And really, for your own personal keyring, one keychain is enough, and it has to have really big significance to go on a keyring. Okay, so we'll move the cookies away for a little bit, and we will focus on the foCCaCia for a bit. So this is our foCCaCia dough that we started near the beginning of the stream. And there we go. It has risen, I will eat my words. It has risen quite a bit. And here is the muffin tin that these are going to go in. I also have a dough cutter here because we're going to cut these into hopefully appropriate sizes. So first off, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit of olive oil in. We're going to start out with 6 because I think I can at least get 6 out of this. Okay, so I put a bit of olive oil there. And I'm going to kind of use that as the well for the rest of these. Maybe I shouldn't cover that, or you can see it anyway. I'm still learning the angles of this. Here we go. Oh, now I understand. Bottle opener keychains. Besides keychains, what other interesting bottle openers have you seen? Personally, for me, there was this one company at a conference that I went to. And one of their promotional items was, it looked like a sword. It legit looked like a sword handle. And then when you pull it apart, it's a bottle opener. It's probably the most extra bottle opener I've ever seen. Okay, so we have greased up the middle part. Now normally this would get folded and then rise and then folded and rise and folded and rise, but we're trying, big keyword try. We're trying to get this done within the confines of the stream. So I'm going to look up, see here, roughly how long am I supposed to bake this for? I don't know if we'll be here for the entire baking time. But let's see. Right, wet hands, wet hands, wet hands, wet hands. Oh, we lost tracking again. Gosh darn it. Okay, so we're going to put this over here. So maybe the yeast isn't dead. So that's neat. Okay. Just had to give it time. Yeah. But kind of out of time for now. I want this into thirds. So and I fold this like this. And then I'll put that in here. And we'll see how this turns out. Okay. I'm wondering if maybe that's too big. Okay, let's try some smaller sizes here. Thank you. You know, I've decided to take it slightly seriously when I say all that good jazz and actually find some nice jazz to put on. I know some people like putting on some relevant today music. I'm not one who's normally caught up with the times and what's popular. And I don't think that I have the energy to match a lot of mainstream music, pop music, I guess I should say specifically. But I found this nice channel, and oh man, that one's way too small. Okay, we're just gonna use this one. I have a few keychains that I keep on my everyday carry sling pack. One of them is a tritium lantern. What's a tritium lantern? Most of the best music isn't modern anyway. I think best music, trying to assign something a title like that, is a little too subjective for my taste. I like to more think of what is appropriate music for the moment. Oh, huh. It's commonly used to make glowing indices and some watch. Radioactive isotope of the hydrogen atom. It's commonly used to make the glowing in some watches. The gas itself is encased in a glass tube. That is really interesting. Where did you initially learn about that? Do you like chemistry? Matching music to a mood is like matching beverage to a dish. Yes, absolutely. It's considered safe, however, large amounts of these tritium tubes in a confined space can generate a reading on a Geiger counter. Well, I originally learned about it from looking at watches. Oh, that is really interesting. I remember I used to be into this series when I was much younger, and it was the spy series, but I'm not going to say what it is. Props to anyone who knows what it is when I describe the scene. But what happened was that main character is supposed to act as a family with two other agents. So he's the kid. Main character is a kid. And he gets, I think, a Game Boy. And he puts it next to a clock, I think. And it goes off. The Game Boy goes off because the Game Boy is actually a Geiger counter. So that's what your explanations remind me of. Okay, so clearly we have many different sizes of potential foCCaCia going on here. I'm going to do the the thing where you do the divots. And then we're going to sprinkle some basil. And where are my other Italian herbs? There they are. And other Italian herbs. Now, fun fact about this basil. This basil is homegrown and home dried. So, yep, that's homemade basil. We have so much basil. So much basil. I should learn how to make more dishes with basil. I think I need to get one more small dish so that I can properly distribute some more olive oil. So this olive oil is from a local company that makes flavored oils. And this specific one is sun-dried tomato Parmesan garlic olive oil. I absolutely adore this brand, but I cannot say what the brand is. Okay, so let's make some holes in this. Am I making the divots right? I am not sure. I think I'm actually supposed to let this rest a little more before doing this, but like I said, we're running out of time here. Okay, so we have some divots in there. I'm going to start with basil. I'm actually not really a fan of a lot of fried ingredients, but a lot of the stuff I don't enjoy as much. I cut them up very small, so I just give up on taking those ingredients out. So are you talking herbs like this basil right here and maybe like rosemary and such? Okay. I'm very small. Wish they would match the mood of ads to mood of streams. Just got whiplash from the shun shift and vibes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wish if I could choose ads, I would absolutely choose just more like soft-spoken ads. Or things like celery, I cut them up small, but that is exactly what you're supposed to do. If you're supposed to eat something, say nutritious, and you don't like it, that is at least I think it is, that is the #1 technique to making sure you eat like things that you're supposed to eat, but not letting the taste affect your experience. So good job. Like, seriously, good job. Okay, so now we're adding some of these semi-dried herbs. And I do like this brand because I'll put them in the fridge and they'll stay good for weeks on end. Chill doll stream. We interrupt your anime doll cooking stream to bring you ads for Old Spice with screaming Teddy Terry Crews. Power! Oh. Oh my goodness. The ads heard you. I respect Terry Crews so much. He does so much fun stuff. Okay. We want the oil and we want the herbs, so So much oil. I hope I'm doing this right. Funny thing, I can still see the stream going, but can't hear you right now. Let's see here. Well, were you still here for my reenactment of your message of the chill doll stream? We interrupt your anime doll cooking, blah, blah, blah. Were you there for that full thing? I like the one where he hooked up electrodes to his muscles and tied them to tiny muscles. You know, whoever came up with those, they understood internet culture. They understand meme culture. Oh, you were not? Okay. Let me finish getting the olive oil on here, and then we'll do this again. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly how meme culture works. Okay. We interrupt your anime doll cooking stream to bring you ads for our Old Spice of Screaming Terry Crews power! And that is my reenactment. Okay, and now these go in the oven. Now, because I'm not... Now, clearly that wasn't a full-size focaccia. That was just... They're muffin-sized. I don't think I'll need to cook them for the solid. I'll take your entire stock. Or sold. Oh my goodness. What was I going to say? I don't think it'll take half an hour to cook it. But in the meantime, what we can do is one, let's check the cookies, and I'm going to get a glass of milk. So I'll be right back. We're going to get some milk. If you have cookies yourself, go get your cookies. Let's enjoy some cookies together. One day you get Terry Crews to join Scream, but don't end when he starts screaming in the middle of your sentence. Oh, that would be fabulous. Oh, you don't have cookies? You should fix that. Okay, so. Yeah, it's just focaccia dough. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so on this side, we have the one that was taken out first, one of the controls. Fun thing, I can only drink flavored milk. I can't drink regular milk unless I'm eating cereal. Oh, that command doesn't work anymore. I do think that I should get my recipes going, and that's something I plan on doing, but it's more of as I get into the groove of... What's going on here? There we go. It's more of as I get into the groove of things, then I'll start adding more like, I'll be posting my recipes soon. Maybe I'll doing schedule posts. I don't know. It's not a priority. Actual going live is the priority right now. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Okay, so this is the control cookie, and this is the cookie that was cooked a little more. So, nope, sorry, that didn't work either. Aw, you're so sweet. Okay, teleport cookies to me. Okay, 1, 2, 3, whoop. Oh, I'll try that again. 1, 2, 3, whoop. Oh, I caught that. Did I work? Okay, well, the cookie didn't teleport. I'm sorry, I tried, but okay, so here is the break. for the control cookie. Oh, nice. Nice, didn't really fall apart. Still nice and chewy and soft. And now, this is the one that was in for 3 more minutes. Oh, I'm already happy. I'm happy to be here with all of you. Okay. Okay, again, still pretty darn solid, but I would say, looking at the middle of these, this one is definitely not as baked as this one. So, let's try both of these out. For full transparency, I have oat milk. We don't usually have dairy milk in this household anymore. So, of the milk alternatives out there, I like oat milk, so that's what I buy. So, dunk. Soy milk with vanilla is good. I did used to have that one for a while. I just end up like oat milk more, but everyone get whatever beverage makes you happy. Oat milk is really creamy, which I found pretty surprising. Yes. And Chobani makes an oat milk that's labeled as extra creamy, and it is the best. I bet it makes good hot chocolate. I have not tried making hot chocolate with the extra creamy oat milk, but I should. But now it's getting too warm to make hot chocolate. Okay, and now for the slightly more baked cookie. Wow. The edges are definitely harder. I almost cut my mouth with this one. But flavor-wise, really great. I think I do like how this one is baked ever so slightly more. Hot chocolate is like ice cream for me. It's good regardless of weather. I know people who like ice cream even more when it's cold outside, and I'm just sitting here going, why? That comes from someone who doesn't like ice cream too much to begin with. Yes, crunch, just how. I may have been eating closer to the mic on purpose. Yes, but with ice cream, I'm already cold on the outside. If I'm cold on the outside, why do I want to be cold on the inside? I want to be warm on the inside. Delicious. At the end of the day, both are delicious. This one will absolutely be a recipe that I will write out and develop better. So, my question to all of you, chunky chocolate cookies. I would do that. And I have baker's chocolate that I could make like dark chocolate chunk cookies, but I want to get through my chocolate chips first. Okay, so my question for all of you is, for outside of stream content. Clearly, Twitter is where a lot of VTubers are, but I sometimes feel weird interacting with that community due to, like, my history and such. There's still quite a bit of broken trust. So, if I were to actually develop the recipe so that people could follow along, would you rather have it on an actual website? Or do I post it on Twitter? Or would you all be interested in Instagram? What are all of your thoughts? And while you're thinking about that and typing that out, I am going to check on the foCCaCia muffins. Okay, I see. Whatever is easiest for you and all works. Okay. I think I can do that then. I'll just choose one and stick with it. Though I have yet to make an Instagram account. Yeah, but Sweaty deleted Twitter. And you don't have Instagram, and I'm not getting on TikTok, and that's all videos anyway. I need something where I could write things out. So, things to consider. Just running a website takes a lot of time and commitment. I know. I don't understand TikTok. I will be made aware of memes a few weeks late when they make it to other platforms. I can still see a post even if I'm not logged in on Insta or Twitter. Because I can't use Twitter unless I'm logged in. I'm always taken to a login page. Also, the foCCaCia is looking great. I am excited. The one super fluffy big one is already pretty golden on top. It makes me a little worried that hopefully it does cook all the way through. I think we're about maybe 5 minutes away from taking that out. Let's see here. For the soup, Elon changed a lot of things after I ditched the site. Yeah, a lot of things have changed about it. And I don't put much stock in it because I still use Twitter for finding artists mostly because I have some ideas and projects and I would like to find artists there. Now there is VGen, but I don't necessarily like what I've seen on there, at least as far as style goes. For some of the things that I want to do, I have a very, very specific style in mind, and a lot of the stuff on VGen I see don't match that, and Twitter's a little more reliable. Okay, I'm going to eat a bite of cookie while ads are playing. I could make a new YouTube channel. I don't want to rebrand the old one because there are a lot of things that I can't fix on there. Well, actually, I think I should be able to talk to Aya. Maybe we can work out something. Yes, Aya is my best friend, and we did a cover together. But if I were to start being active on YouTube again, I wouldn't want that cover on my channel. So I would ask if she could put it on hers. Let's see here. Do I have a Discord? I used to have a Discord. And I have no plans of reopening another one. After everything that happened, I realized that to me, Discord to me is very personal. And I've had my Discord account for a very long time, and there are a lot of people who I don't want to know my Discord. So I keep that one close to my chest. I don't see myself opening, having a Discord server again. Okay, so I'm gonna go look at the foCCaCia again, because it was looking really good when I looked at it a few minutes later, so it might be done. You don't know what people have. You don't know what people have your best interests. Absolutely understandable. Yeah, like I said, I still deal with a bit of trust issues, and it happens, and I work through them. But it also makes it so I am, in many ways, like, as much as I've been sharing, like I share about my cat, and that I live in a house, and some things about my job, but I am keeping many things close to the chest now, and just to stay a little more private. I might be feeling awful, but I still want sopes. I don't blame you. Sopes are so good. Like, maybe you can eat one without all the toppings? Because I know that even if there are no toppings, the base is really good, and that might help a little bit. Or it'll make you throw up. One of the two. That is a call you're going to have to make. Okay. Now I'm going to look at the foCCaCia again. I actually think I'm going to try to take that out. Look at this. Oh my gosh. That looks so good. Like, do you see how... What? You're kidding me. Oh my goodness. I was baking. It was bread! Why is it going off for bread? Okay, actually the cat doesn't care too much. She more cares now that I opened the screen door and she's gonna try to get outside. No. No going outside. Okay, so fire alarm aside, so these, hot, they're hot, but these are golden. Look at that. That has like a golden bottom. And this is the big one. So we got a smaller one here. Cat set it off as an escape plan. You know what? She is so smart. I would not put it past her. her deductive reasoning is a force to be reckoned with. Okay. See here. They're so hot, but I want to break one open. They look so good. They don't really have like the divots, but it seems like they rose nicely. Okay. Let's try this one. Oh. Ooh. I mean, that is fluffy. That is fluffy on the inside. It's not big air bubbles, but it's not dense. And I will take it. So yeah, it's more of a dinner roll esque inside. But if I were to approach this again, I could take an all-day initiative and just keep folding and working it every 30 minutes for like an entire day, on a day where I'm home a lot. And then I would make it, but I feel pretty good about foCCaCia now that I've done this. Let's, hi Cheesy Bear! How are you? What's happened so far? Well, first off, we made this, this curry vegetable soup. It is currently done, and I'm just waiting for it to cool down so I can pack it away. Then we made chocolate chip cookies, which are out of the screen, but here's half of one. I had two out and was taste testing them. And now I am oogling these foCCaCia-esque muffins. foCCaCia-inspired bread muffins is the best way to put them. And we're about to do a taste test. So here we go. Ooh. That's an interesting flavor profile. I think that tastes quite good. Yep. I think other than the fact that just didn't have enough time to develop the cavities, this tastes very good. So, for the first major official stream back, I think that things went pretty well. I know that batteries on a lot of my stuff are about to die, so I am going to take this opportunity to find someone to raid because Lydia has reminded me that raiding is a feature, so I need to get on that, and let's see if I can remember how to raid. Let's see here. Well, oh, Cheesy Bear, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the dollhouse. Let's see here. Yeah, today was quite successful. Oh, if we still want, no, let's see here. Is there anyone in the food and drink category right now that I know or seems interesting? You write /raid name in your... Okay, thank you, Sweaty. It has clearly been a hot minute. Oh, who was this? Lily Pup? Seems like... Oh, and another VTuber. We got Zuzu Channel. Okay. What are you making? Oh, Lunar New Year stuff. Okay. And what are they making? No idea. Okay. I'm going to turn off desktop audio for a bit while I just make sure that things are good and that she's not ending soon. Oh, there's the pre-roll ad. Let's see, but I am going to copy that raid name thing. Okay. Okay, Zuzu seems to have like some fun chaotic energy. I think that we'll go over to Zuzu channel. So let's see here. Let's paste this. And I can also spell this. So Zuzu channel. Right? Okay. Cool. There we go. We will not be back on Wednesday. It'll be a full week break until we come back next week. But if you want to know a good recipe that involves potatoes, that is super simple and is cheap, nutritious, filling, and will get you through the week, make sure you stop on by next week. I don't really have much else because I have not thought of ending streels for a while, but thank you all so much for being here. If Lydia's still here, thank you for the raid. Aegis and Cheesy Bear, thank you so much for the follows. And it was so wonderful seeing old friends, making new friends, and I hope to see you again. So, until next time, welcome to the dollhouse, and I hope you have a fantastic week. And I don't got a raid message, so we're just gonna go. Bye-bye!